They still at it. Wow. Wow. All right, are we live? We're live. Let's see what's going on so we can catch up a little bit. Listen, there's this post from 12 minutes ago that says, hearing LAPD officers are getting urine thrown at them. Right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I just close it off. The other thing is, do I have notifications? Canvas and Crime, how you doing? Thank you for the 5, appreciate it. Oh my god, what happened over there? Thank you for waking up. I couldn't find anyone better to cover this. Thank you. Thank you. I'm surprised the people that let this go on as long as they did. Let's see. They're shining lights at the cops too, in their faces. Yo. You got notifications? Nothing really happening too. Heather was saying that they were it's getting really tense. They're getting ready to move in. Oh, perfect. What happened? To me, it almost looks. It seems a little more tense, but it looks almost the same as before. They're chanting and doing their thing. She had told me something on the phone about a flashbang, but somebody just says, "Look at these Nazi symbols and ISIS hate propaganda."
Police that beat up students on campus train with Israeli forces. The same knee that was on Khairi Hanoun's neck was on George Floyd's neck and is now pressed upon Gaza's neck. Understand that we are engaging in resistance against imperialism, against Zionism, and against white supremacy.
Oh.
While the Israelis incur losses on the battlefield, this is another theater of war where
really?
they must be confronted and defeated in the media, in civil society, in academia, in people's hearts and minds. Zionism must be exposed, and we must all do our bit. People in Palestine are counting on you. Their very lives depend upon it. Unchecked, the imperialists plan to roll into Raqqa, and they're already building a pier in Gaza under the pretext of humanitarian aid to establish a military foothold and steal resources. Every second that goes by, someone is buried under the rubble, alive in Gaza, gasping for air, or in pain, being starved to death. This is precisely why we must never give in. People across the entire Arab world all see what you're doing, and they are proud of you. This is a solidarity that transcends race, religion, and politics. It is humanity at its best, at its purest and most vibrant form. Remember to always stay focused on the crimes of the occupation. Always, no matter what. Never give in to agitators. Never allow racists among your ranks. Remember, the FBI will try to infiltrate you, as they did to other movements, and cause infighting. Will try to make you look bad. The more you continue, the more people you inspire to...
All right. Pretty strong out there. What's going on over here? Check out.
That's where I went yesterday. They can't touch you. Oh yeah, you can do that too. Cam or Solomon.
Oh my gosh. Man, on the right hand, it looks like this is the barricade. They're taking over. Oh, that's an interesting view. They're running. Oh, no, they're not running. Oh, the cop's going. The cop's going. Raid, guys, raid. We're here. Apparently everybody's sleeping, but... Right? Is this a raid? Oh, they're just marching down. What the fuck is this? A peaceful riot, yo? Or a peaceful raid? A peaceful raid? Oh. Oh, that's it? It's like a peaceful radio. I don't know what this is. Oh, thank you, Kitten Chaos. Kitten Chaos. Thank you for the 20. Amazing. Oh shit. They're tearing the whole thing down. What happened? They ran off the cops? Wow, look at this. Holy crap. Not sure what the point of the cops be. I mean, I guess they're trying to keep order. I'm not sure what the point is. Oh, Oh, that's Rowan's wife. Thank you. Oh my gosh, look at this shit. We're gonna come back. What is that? Uh-oh. Wow. Unbelievable. What a night, dude. Yeah. Yeah, don't they should be able to go back to school? Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, they kind of like took over. How many days have they been protesting out there? Let's see. Tests. Well, I don't think it is going down. It doesn't look, well, I mean, it looks like there's been a little bit of ruckus, but all right, let me browse and see what else there is going on online. Cool. Somebody say go take a speakerphone.
Yeah.
Look,
Seriously.
okay, let's check this out. Got over the air. Protesters at UCLA camp ordered to leave, but it's been the same shit for like hours and hours and hours. Did they just give another order to leave, or is this the same order from hours and hours ago?
Seriously.
People ain't planning on just leaving this. Asteroid theory still on. I guess they're hoping that these people will just get tired or run out of supplies. But they seem very committed. Oh, that's incredible. This is
What's that? Oh. Yeah, I know. I know. It's frustrating.
incredible. I didn't think about it. I might not have any notifications for the trial. Baseball. Oh. Alley cops.
And now that skirmish line is dissipating as the officers march towards the edge of the quad here.
Are they leaving again? The hell is this? I don't know, like, were they just trying to intimidate the protesters or scare them or something?
Yeah, they let them go. So that person has been let go. A group of officers now fully disengaging and going back to their base, wherever that is. You can see them now towards the
Out the fit,
back
change the
of the
title
wall
now.
there. But they have completely pulled back. Yep.
Please. Wow, that's incredible, man. Incredible. Another victory for the protesters. I wonder if they're just having like organizational issues too, the cops. What's going on?
They're still standing back there, huh? Yeah. Way back. Looks like that side of the crowd is actually dissipated a little bit. I think a lot of the folks on Portela Plaza there at some point made their way to the opposite side of the encampment. And I think that's why it looks like that crowd on the west side looks so much larger than it did a little while ago. It certainly appears that that's what's happened. And we've seen some shifting in the crowd throughout the afternoon. And I think that's basically what's happened here. We're still talking about approximately the same number of people overall, in excess of about, I would say, 2,000 people or so, in addition to the encampment itself. But you can see the crowd that's been hanging around the staircase all day. Well, basically, that's what we have now. You see LAPD tried to make their way up there. They've been forced to retreat. They've been completely outnumbered after actually penetrating the encampment itself. And now hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people all the way up that staircase. And you can see the crowd of defenders who were face to face with the skirmish line of LAPD officers within the encampment. Well, all of them have now retreated as well, further inside the encampment.
What, cops and protesters retreated? I can't with this bullshit, dude. I mean, what do you expect? It's Cali. But that's a two. Thank you for the membership. Film the police is inside with the police making fun of them. Let's see, film the police. Oh, they're going out the cops.
What a mess.
Well, these people picked the right place to do it, right state. I thought I heard well, I can't talk. Heard them say earlier that this was going on for like days, 6 days or some shit, no? One day ago it said day 6, so maybe this is day 7 then, I guess. 7 days. Holding down the entire campus on lockdown. I don't know. I guess the campus get what it gets. They allow this anyway, so. Maybe they've been effective. Maybe this has been one of the more effective protests they've had.
Yep. What'd I tell you? I told you.
Maybe they succeeded.
You can do some orbits.
Will they have to meet their demands now? Vegan.
Oh, well, I figure we'll burn one more bag. What do you think?
Gluten-free food.
Do a swap. Any activity there in the middle? I see some more lights.
Town Square is very much alive. No, it says end apartheid. I guess these are the cops up top.
Yeah. So what they've been doing is they've been running around the south side of the library, and switching sides depending on the posture of the skirmish lines. And I think the latest group made their way from that Portola Plaza around the buildings and then converged on the steps. So I think, I don't know, what would you say? I would say at least 1,500 people there.
I don't think so either. I don't think the cops are prepared right now for this stuff. Cops are outnumbered, obviously. Don't think they're prepared for all this. However, they have SWAT vehicles there. Amazing. Yeah, tripping. I slept very little. For some, I was really uncomfortable in the bed. I did fall asleep for a while though, but wasn't like good sleep. Got a drone over there too.
Empty?
I'm gonna go lay back down in a bit. This is still didn't really turn out too much.
There was a report of an officer injured, but I think he was fine.
What a day, what a day, what a day.
Yeah, it's empty.
AXN users out there?
That ambulance empty?
Yeah? Like what time? They've been calling it unlawful since 5 o'clock, they said. I don't think they're going to do it with all these people here. I think they're going to wait till like early in the morning when these people have to go to sleep. When I got here, I thought it was
I mean, that's what I was thinking. Maybe they'll wait till they all tire out, but that boys, they going strong and hard, man.
And if the crowd starts going at them, they're going to have to shoot at the ground and shoot. It's not going to look good. Drones? I think so. I think at least one of them for sure is a policeman. Yeah, because they're staying. Is there a way to tell?
Drone right there. Drone in the sky.
Lights. They're at LAPD. A number on the bottom.
Maybe the cops are just worried about how chaotic everything will be if they start pepper spraying everybody.
Are they with somebody? Oh, that's weird. Are they attending to somebody there? I can't. They are treating somebody. Maybe some game? Okay.
Wonder what happened.
Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah. All right, let's go back. Exactly.
Probably. Yeah. Neva said cops are worried about themselves. Maybe. Yeah. Well, to me, I haven't seen much of a shift in all these hours. Shit, maybe when we start the trial, they'll still be gone. Yeah, I'm about to go lay back down for a little bit. What's up, V? How you doing? You're late. Let's get 10 hours later, V. Is a whole bunch of shit today. Oh, you missed so much. It's probably better you missed it, actually.
Look at this. Where is this? Where are you looking? I'm sorry, I looked away for a second. Got it, okay. Very good.
Cops rolling right there. Well, activity going on. Moving around, cops. XN News.
That's CHP, they're a bunch of bitches, they ain't gonna do shit.
There's one
And our 24/7 streaming channels. Once again, Chris Christie up at Air 7 HD. We're just kind of tracking the movements of this group of LAPD officers who have retreated from the encampment, now making their way all the way back to the rear of this lawn here, closest to the activity center, I believe. And they have now been joined by a separate group of officers to form a skirmish line about a couple 100 feet away from the staircase. This is a staircase that they at one point made their way up, confronted a bunch of protesters at the top of the staircase, even entered and penetrated the plywood wall. But look at the turnout here by these supporters who are not in the encampment. These are protesters and supporters who showed up late in the day to defend this encampment. And sure enough, just look at the amount of people that have shown up not only on the west side of the encampment, but there's a whole other several hundred on the other side. I estimate in excess of 2,000 people at least, not to mention the several hundred that are actually within the confines of those plywood walls in those tents. You can see a couple hundred people there just on the perimeter of that barricade, where there are separate skirmish lines separating that crowd from the encampment. You can see CHP closest to the encampment, 2 lines of LAPD officers behind them. But it really appears to be a pretty static situation in general, aside from this little episode where LAPD made their way up the staircase into the encampment and then was put in a position where they were surrounded and were forced to retreat and encountered a little bit of resistance as they did so. But it did appear that one person may have shoved an officer. Somebody was reported to be hurt. It looked like paramedics attended to that officer, but that gurney is empty and it looks like everybody's okay down there by the activity center. And now a separate skirmish line has been established there. What we are not seeing here, folks, is the numbers. We don't see enough law enforcement in place yet to make any kind of an action to advance into this encampment. The anticipation was that there would be hundreds more officers on the scene once California Highway Patrol gave the go-ahead to move in on this so-called Gaza Solidarity encampment there at Royce Hall. But what we are seeing here is that upwards of a couple thousand people have shown up, outnumbering law enforcement in huge numbers and providing a real buffer residing inside the encampment. This is an encampment that has been reconstructed throughout the day, heavily defaced, heavily vandalized Royce Hall, now sealed off with debris and all kinds of makeshift materials by the folks in the encampment. There are hundreds of tents established with different specialty items in each tent, hygiene, PPE, makeshift weapons such as we've seen fire extinguishers and all kinds of defense shields, gas masks, you name it. They have come prepared for a confrontation, and it doesn't appear that they're going to get the confrontation that they were looking for or that they were preparing for. So right now, the encampment lives on for another night here. We're coming up on the bottom of the 2 o'clock hour. Whether law enforcement is going to move in on them, whether they have more officers en route, we just don't know. It just is it's just not playing out the way we all were anticipating that it would. And it seems like everybody was prepared for a much larger advance by law enforcement. But if this situation continues the way it has, I mean, this encampment will likely be right where it is tomorrow morning. We will see what happens here. We're going to stay here as long as we can, and you can see they've now moved some dumpsters to the bottom of that staircase. There are at least 1,500 people lining this staircase all the way up to the encampment there near the top. You can see just an incredible number of supporters who have shown up. Again, late in the day. This does not include the people who have been residing in this encampment.
Ran off the cops. Dang. Put him back, person further back. It's 2:30 in the morning over there. Almost 3. So hear that? Probably louder.
Yeah, it is. 2020. So you won't have the... Yeah, it's good.
Peek behind the building, behind the jungle. Who is that right there? Who's that? It is UCLA security. Okay.
Okay, got UCL security too. UCLA security on the grounds, chilling, I guess.
Nothing. I mean, there's no activity. Who's that right?
Ooh.
Look at this. Look at this. This is
What's
CHP? Look at this. CHP. Okay. This is new. This is new. Folks, if you're just watching, we're just seeing now for the first time a large group of CHP officers lining up along Royce Drive behind Royce Hall. Look at this. There is
a bus
of CHP officers.
Oh shit! They brought on the boys now.
Behind the quad, behind Royce Hall. It looks like CHP is getting ready to move in on this encampment. Now, finally,
still not enough.
We are seeing our
Don't think that's enough
in here of at least a couple of hundred, upwards of maybe, I would say maybe even at least, I would say a couple hundred people here.
That's 40, 50 people. No, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, is that a second bus? Is that more buses?
Starting to take shape, folks. You can see more buses. More buses. We've got 3 buses of CHP officers being dropped off behind Royce Hall and now lining up.
Oh, shit.
There's more
is that full of cops?
All right, things are taking shape here, folks. We can
Kelly.
at least a couple hundred officers now lining up and preparing for action. They are fully equipped. They've got their gear on, and we will see if the situation is about to change here. But it has been mostly static throughout the night. Obviously, if you've been following along with us, we've seen some attempts to confront protesters by LAPD, but we really never expected LAPD to play a major role in this operation. It was always to be that the California Highway Patrol would take the lead in executing whatever orders were given to them in terms of handling this encampment and handling this unlawful assembly. So now California Highway Patrol immediately behind Royce Hall. By the way, Marcel, work with me here. You see where they are lined up right there where you're pointing? They're starting to walk in the direction that I want you to tilt down slightly, and you can see that the students have set up a table, a first aid table, near the very entrance. Right there is the entrance to the encampment. There's going to be a confrontation. If there's going to be a confrontation, it's going to be right here at that staircase near the top of your screen as officers eventually make their way.
Them boys coming. Oh, shit.
Is about to take place.
It's going down. Meet me at the club. It's going down.
In the encampment, who have been preparing all day to guard
the
entrance to the
I'm getting my hopes up, but we'll see.
Adjacent to Royce Hall. This is a dramatic development that we have been anticipating
Are they ready for
all
it?
day and all night. And now you can see at this late hour as we come up on the 3 o'clock hour, finally, we are seeing a long line of CHP officers confronting this group here momentarily.
Running up top.
Just walking towards them. Bottom of the screen. Tilt down, tilt down, tilt down. You can see another group of protesters walking in their direction.
The protesters coming. The protesters coming too.
To the,
shit, they're coming.
Here.
The cops pushing through.
Here we go.
Oh, God. Here we go, guys. You ready?
Batons out, shields out, riot gear.
We're not playing. Let's go.
Is in place here as they make their way up the staircase. Here we go. Push in there. Let's push in and see what they do.
Oh. Okay, spreading out. Let's see. Hold the line, push it in. This is interesting, dude. All right, let's see.
CHP line
Oh, what the hell? No!
face with
Okay.
a large group of campers, essentially. The people who have been residing in this encampment, they have been planning for this moment. They have spent all day refortifying this encampment and waiting for this confrontation at the entry point.
Oh, they filled it up, though. They filled it up.
This is the only hole left that is not boarded up. And you can just feel the tension. You can imagine what it's like down there on the ground as they start to communicate face-to-face with these protesters. There are tons of CHP behind them. We're talking about 300 CHP officers who are getting ready to force their way into.
There's more coming? Oh, this is tight. This is tight. What are they going to do? The protesters not backing down. They reformulated, plugged up the hole that the cops were about to come through, and filled it up. What now?
Well, this is it, folks. You can see a large group here, in excess of 200 to 300 CHP officers being dropped off by buses, ready to confront these protesters. There are folks who have been residing in this encampment on the right side of your screen here, and on the left side by that staircase right there, you're looking at a group of supporters who showed up here late in the day, part of a much larger group near the bottom of your screen. This is the same group that just forced LAPD to retreat from the encampment. Not sure how they even made it up there, but in any event, CHP now ready to execute on their orders to take this encampment down, and I think it's about to go down, folks.
Wow. Let's see the cops. I mean, the weakest point seems to be the right side, our right side. You got more. The line is all the way to the back with the cops, all the way back here. See, I wonder if they got more.
1 hour, 1 hour.
I hope they got a whole nother truckload of cops. They're gonna need more cops than that. Look at this guy up top. Look at this guy like passing out stuff, running back and forth.
People are now converging from all over that encampment right to this corner of the quad. You have supporters on the left who are here to defend the encampment, and you have the people who have been setting up this encampment all day, holding the fort down and refortifying this wall, now at the entrance of the encampment. This is the entrance to the courtyard in front of Royce Hall, where those officers have now been dropped off. Marcel, if you could do me a favor, let's just take a look and see if there's any other activity on the opposite side of Royce Hall here. Other side? Top? Nothing up there, okay. All right, let's go back over there.
Yeah. I don't know what that guy's bringing to the right, like this supply, like signs or something. Helmets? No. Wow. The only way they're getting through this shit is if they, I think,
We are watching a
disperse
standoff
gas,
here at
tear
the
gas or something.
entrance of this encampment. The walkway that leads right in front of Royce Hall is now completely blocked with protesters.
Oh, look,
You
make
can see
them.
another line of CHP officers making their way to the front here. They have a small gap to fill, and it's about, man, I gotta say, at least 250 to 300 officers in this group here. They're gonna eventually, I would imagine, push their way up here, but this group is ready for a fight.
Yeah.
This group is ready for a fight. I could tell you that the California Highway Patrol airship is inbound, making their way back over to campus here.
Okay, squeezing more cops in. Not a lot of cops. They did get a lot of cops there. Reinforcing. Oh, they're pushing that right. Is that what they're doing now? Oh, what they're doing? They're
Protesters
pushing the
coming
right.
down with pallets, batons out, and now a confrontation.
Oh, take that shit and yank that whatever that shit is.
CHP officers now coming fist to fist with some of these protesters, ripping
Oh,
some
man,
of
here
their
we go.
defenses right out of their hands. It's a scuffle. It's a scuffle at the bottom of that staircase as they fight for their shields that they've brought to the bottom there. They don't seem very well equipped, to be honest with you. This initial group down there should be easily penetrated by these officers. It's a pretty weak group, actually. They just brought some very weak shielding to try and block the entrance of the quad. But you see, they've got two groups they've got to deal with. There's a group at the top of the entrance, the top of that staircase. And then they've got hundreds of people to their right, your left of the screen here, where folks have come for the purpose of defending this encampment. Here we go, water bottles being thrown. Who knows what other liquids are being thrown here. You can see that confrontation now as CHP moves in on that staircase.
It's gotta be so tense. I can imagine being there like in person as a cop. Wow.
They're going to be as methodical as they can here and try to use the least amount of force possible to make their way up that staircase into the encampment. But it's all happening right now, live on ABC7 and your 24/7 streaming channels here. Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD as we continue to follow major developments here on the campus of UCLA as the CHP prepares to take down this encampment. A confrontation now taking place as hundreds of officers are now face to face with these protesters.
Took away the umbrella. They chucked the umbrella to the back. CHP is using like these really bright flashlights, looks like floodlights, I don't know. They're pushing them back. A little bit though, very little. They had pushed a bit, but I mean that's a lot of force. They do have a lot of cops, but they have a lot of protesters, and I don't. It doesn't look like they're using any kind of lethal, less than lethal, like gas, tear gas, whatever. I don't even think they have gas masks on. They just have like, it looks like to me like they have face shields, but not gas masks. See what you guys are saying in chat.
Where's that light? Is that? Yeah. It's difficult to see through there. Yeah, it's.
Ooh, infamous. I didn't think about that.
About 100 or so protesters in this corner of the quad. You can see several umbrellas going up. And those umbrellas could be used for defense or offense. We've seen both in the last 24 hours. You can see a large group there at the top of the staircase waiting for those officers. They're going to put up a fight. And we'll see how this plays out here. But
what Infamous said, what if this like creates like a Travis Scott situation, that concert, you know, when people are pushed together. Yeah.
yep. Are they? Okay. Copy that. Thank you. I'll tell you what, Johnny, let's go ahead and do a full orbit and we'll come right back to this position here. I just want to use this opportunity to kind of get a view on the other side of these trees here. If we could do a tight orbit so we try not to let the building get too much in the way. We'll just want to see the posture of these officers behind them. More objects being thrown at those CHP officers.
Wow, this is a lot more ready. Yeah, that line. A lot more. Got the umbrellas. They got their helmet hats and stuff. Oh, it's by the stairs. I wonder if they're trying to hope to like get through quickly and then get behind these people on the stairs and force them away from the encampment. That would have been interesting, but they caught on really quick.
Good angle. Let's push all the way in there.
This guy's stepping on people or something. What is going on here? Oh, they're trying to... What are they doing? Trying to barricade it?
Look at these people. They're climbing through the bushes to try and crowd the staircase. You see a whole bunch of people on the staircase with umbrellas extended all the way out
This
here.
is wild, dude.
Let's stay tight in there. impossible to tell. I'm just trying to decipher what the next steps here are. It's impossible to tell whether there's some kind of a dialogue being exchanged here, or what the next move here is for these officers. Trying to figure out what type of tools they can employ here within their rules of engagement to try and figure out how to get to the top of that staircase and move these people out of the way. You can see about 100 people basically on that staircase making their way up the embankment there, and a whole lot of umbrellas now extended in their direction.
And the umbrellas, I guess, is to block if these guys shoot pepper spray, I guess, or whatever. But I don't even think these cops have a gas mask on. I think they just have face masks. So I don't know what
are
the
those
plan
yellow
is.
things? Oh, flashlights. Those are the flashlights. Okay. Sorry, we've got a lot of flashlights.
That was on the demand list. All the supplies they're using on the cops. I don't think they met the demand list, but that's basically all the stuff they were going to use on the cops. What if cops infiltrated another side while they're keeping this side busy, hit another side, and then after that hit another side?
Can't help but feel like the more time they spend here, the more opportunity the rest of the protesters inside the encampment are going to have to prepare here. Even though they've been preparing all day for this moment, you just hate to take that advantage of time away from those officers if they can move quickly up that staircase and somehow eradicate this group right here somehow. It's a tricky space to work with. It's a narrow staircase that leads to the quad up top near Royce Hall, and then you've got this whole other group to the right that they still have to deal with, hundreds of people that are climbing through these bushes and making their way up towards that group of officers.
But no, man, that's crazy. Oh man, well, here we are.
That's what I was thinking. That's why I wanted to see the other side of, if they would have come up from different angles simultaneously.
Yeah, simultaneously. Yep.
Yep. All right, so that skirmish line is intact. Okay.
I'm not sure what the cops' plan is. They were just going to push through, or oh, what's that?
Additional officers being dropped off. This is a separate bus.
Oh, them boys
bus
coming!
Of officers now being dropped off, and they're walking the opposite side of Royce Hall. They're going to come around the other side. Okay. A separate group of officers, a whole nother busload of officers has just been dropped off. They're making their way to the east side of Royce Hall.
It does that sometimes.
All right. All right, protesters getting ready for a confrontation on the opposite hall as another 50 or so officers make their way along the south side of the hall here towards the quad.
Well, they're ready for them over here too. Let's see. Wow. They don't have many protesters though. Oh, the boy's rolling. Hold on.
Yep.
It's on the opposite side they're coming.
They may. That makes the most sense.
Buses. Damn, is that what they were doing all this time? Get buses of cops?
All right, show me the big group. Some people in custody under that walkway. All right, let's bring it back over here.
Oh, thank you, Hug Dealer. What does Mama say? Mama's love?
That drone there does not look like a police drone. Yep.
Flying right over the cops, I think. Close up to it.
All right, so that
On the other side.
some of these officers have come from that original group. There was another bus that was dropped off here. I estimate maybe it's hard to tell with that tree there, but at least 50 or 60 officers over here now forming a new skirmish line as they get ready to advance on the opposite side of Royce Hall. You can see students confronting these officers, trying to communicate. Perhaps some chanting going on here. What is that they've used to block the staircase? There's a staircase that leads down, and that looks like some dumpsters that they've used to form a blockade.
Oh, pushing up.
And here they go. They're going to move forward.
I don't know, the line seems a little bit weak, but see, kind of loose, I mean. Oh, what they gonna do about the dumpsters? Move them out the way.
Is that a different drone or another drone? It's another drone.
More cops.
More CHP moving down to the bottom here. All right, they're starting to scatter out more. This is smart here as they kind of surround this corner of the quad. There's a group right there that's going to move forward against those dumpsters, and then you have about how many over there on the right, all the way to the right? a small little group there, yeah, about another dozen or so.
Oh, that's the encampment
that
right
are
there.
now just about 30 feet away from the front of the encampment. Again, that's the east side of the encampment. If we move back over to the west side of the encampment, there is more chanting and flashlights in the faces of those CHP officers. Even a laser at one point I saw there pointing at those officers. They're screaming and chanting and refusing to let those officers budge.
It's about to go
they
down,
haven't
man.
pushed too hard
It
yet,
might be going down.
but there's a lot of people in their way, and they've got to make their way up a small, narrow staircase to get into the quad here. So it's a tight space that they're working with.
Over here to the right, like, I don't know what these kids are doing over here.
We do. Same pilot.
What's happening over here? He's trying to climb out or something? Where are you going?
And
What are they doing over there to the right?
roughly 35, 40 minutes of fuel.
Or maybe they're letting him out.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I don't know if he has enough fuel either for the whole thing. I don't think so.
All right.
Cleared it out.
This is a larger contingent, perhaps from the original squad there that are moving into the south side of Royce Hall. I think they see the opportunity for somewhat easier access than that other staircase, but it seems like they've almost divided it in half, maybe. Are they? All right. So that front line there, that front line of students appears to be putting their hands up, some of them at least, and just giving up. We'll see if they can advance through those bushes here or maybe tear down that blockade. But it looks like not much resistance from that first group of students.
Ooh. The trash blockade is taken down.
The students are actually removing the blockade
helping.
and moving the barricade from the stairs.
Okay. With their hands up real quick. Yes, sir. I apologize. So their fortress wall is taken down. The dumpsters that they laid on top of each other. The trash cans. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, got through there. They're stuck there. I slept very little. I don't know how I'm gonna do this trial. I mean, thankfully it's a half a day, but Lord Almighty. Yeah,
all right, that blockade is completely gone. The barricade is gone. A large group of CHP officers now with the freedom to move down this staircase and start ripping away, I would presume, at that plywood.
Yeah. I mean, the encampment. They're loyal. Oh, the cops on the side pushing up too. On the right
Look at
side.
the dozen. There's a dozen or so
Ooh.
CHP officers now closing in on the front of the encampment, and it looks like somebody's about to give the order to go ahead and move in here. I think we're seconds away from seeing some movement here on the east end, on the east side of this encampment, where there is a large makeshift plywood wall that has been under construction all day. We'll see just how well constructed it was, but I think there's plenty of opportunity here for them to penetrate this wall and make entry into the encampment here. Doesn't seem like much in their way. They're starting to make their way down the staircase. There's another group of officers already at the bottom.
Were they looking for weaknesses in the structure? Coming downstairs.
Here they come.
Them
They're coming
boys
down the
coming.
staircase.
I don't know why those look like short people. Just the angle, I guess.
Maybe they're looking for some more people who are willing to negotiate here.
Oh, look
at
they're
that.
leaving.
A whole group of students that were blocking the
What
staircase
happened?
now walking away with their hands up, being led down the back of Royce Hall. Dozens of students now being escorted away from Royce Hall with their hands up,
Wow, huh?
and officers now making their way down the staircase.
Don't want that smoke.
I think CHP sees an opportunity here to maybe negotiate with some of these people on the leading edge of the encampment. Perhaps. All right, some
We trucked
barricades
that
coming
shit.
down. They're going to penetrate this wall here
Oh.
pretty quickly, I think.
Oh, they're taking on the gates, taking away the gates. Chucked it.
CHP officers looking for any opening to get in there and penetrate that corner of the quad where it is, again, it's been heavily fortified throughout the day, and now they are starting to rip away at the barricade that is holding up some of that wood. They have stockpiled tons of wood over the course of the last 24 hours, and you can see that a bulk of the people in this encampment have gravitated to either side of the encampment, where there are now two sets of CHP officers attempting to penetrate the perimeter of this encampment.
These hoes ain't loyal. Oh, what was that? They're ripping it up. Okay.
They've
Oh, they're
opened
pushing
this
through.
side. This is the walkway that leads to the front of Royce Hall. I think that leads to the front door, if I'm not mistaken. It's a foyer that kind of leads to the front of the building here. It looks like it may be penetrated. There are a whole group of supporters and protesters under that roof there, and you can see umbrellas trying to conceal, or maybe, I don't know what they're doing with those umbrellas, quite frankly. But it's bad luck, right? They're tearing apart at that barricade. Some
they're
more
pulling
pallets
apart.
being pulled away here.
Mm-hmm. Man. Feel bad for the people that gotta clean this place up after, huh?
Still, yeah. Yeah, what you guys say when? Really difficult to see what's happening in here, quite frankly, but it does look like they're chipping away at whatever barricades are in their way, using multiple entry points to try and break through here. You can see them tearing up umbrellas, tearing up signs, pulling away signs, and they're taking more barricades down. On both the upstairs and at the bottom of those stairs, plywood is now coming apart, and that wall is about to come down. That plywood wall is about to come down, and the end is near for this encampment. It certainly appears as though they are not facing that much resistance, quite frankly. They're working very methodically, but they don't seem to be putting up with much fight. Yeah. Continuing to pull away at that plywood. The wall's coming down piece by piece. Hey, how are you? Okay. Okay, great. So in other words, a self-toss? Copy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
My bad. Mm-hmm.
Resistance
Okay.
has been minimal. They've been faced with lots of flashlights and lasers, some other garbage thrown in their direction, but for the most part, they are managing to take down this barricade and take down the plywood, which has been blocking law enforcement from entering this encampment. This encampment has basically been under protester control completely for the past couple of days. It's an occupied zone in front of Royce Hall that now has a wall built on the east side as well as the west side, and now there are hundreds of CHP officers on both sides of the encampment as they tear away at this side of the encampment wall. We'll go ahead and pan over to the opposite side of Royce Hall, where there are, again, 100 or two more officers still trying to talk some sense maybe into these protesters who are preventing them from making their way up a narrow staircase to get into the quad here. Something is going off on the side. I don't know if it's fireworks or what, but something is going off. What is that? What is that? Is that bottle? Yeah, there's like some bottle rockets going off that are almost blinding up here, and it's coming from the edge there. So somebody's launching bottle rockets in some direction. I can't tell exactly where they're coming from. Anyway, you can see about 100 or so CHP officers on this side. I'm sorry. Less lethal rounds being shot into the encampment. There are less lethal rounds being shot into the encampment. These are coming from CHP. These are coming from the CHP side of the wall, and shots are being fired into the encampment. These are not bullets. These are less lethal rounds that are being shot into the encampment. That might be what was catching the corner of my eye here. Very, very bright, and you can see something being used to launch into this encampment. They have penetrated the corner here, but they have not quite made entry into all of those tents. You can see a lot of people milling about as they were trying to make their way down that staircase right there on the right-hand side of your screen. There were a couple of dozen students blocking their way, as well as a couple of dumpsters blocking the staircase, and at some point, the students ended up putting up their hands and helping in removing the blockade, allowing those officers down the staircase. Now making their way into the encampment, penetrating that plywood wall has proven to be a little bit more difficult, but you could see whatever is being launched into the encampment is producing a haze. It's producing a haze that you can see on the camera lens here. So something has been launched in there. It is creating a haze. We're now peering through the haze to try and get a better look at both sides of Royce Hall, where now hundreds of CHP officers are executing the dispersal order that was given at 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening. There was an unlawful assembly declared at around 6:15. A dispersal order has been repeated over the last 6 to 7 hours, and now finally CHP moving into position to try and penetrate this encampment and as peacefully as possible remove these students and protesters from this illegal, unlawful assembly. We're still looking through some haze here. It's also a combination of some low clouds that are moving through here as well. As we peer through this moisture, you can see they are still working at trying to get through there. I don't see any actual officers in the encampment just yet, but they are chipping away there at the edges of this encampment. There are groups of people under those tents They have shields. They're wearing helmets. They've been preparing for this moment all day long, ever since the violence broke out on Tuesday night. They've spent the entire day refortifying this encampment and shopping for materials, PPE, goggles, helmets, umbrellas, you name it. We saw groups of fire extinguishers at the ready, just waiting to be put to use here tonight, and even signs pointing protesters in the direction of the various tents. At one point, we saw a tent that literally said "protection for tonight," as they were looking for, some of the PPE
They're shooting
to try and
non-lethals.
defend against tear gas and stuff like that.
Oh, they're in there.
But you can see it does look like CHP is slowly and gradually making their way through these tents, through that wall, and finally they will figure out who's going to put up a fight here and who will be placed under arrest. There are dozens of LA County Sheriff's buses at the ready and waiting for processing and booking of however many arrestees they have to deal with at the end of this operation. But they are fully equipped. Law enforcement from the LAPD, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and the California Highway Patrol have been marshaling their forces all day long for the better part of the last 15 hours, getting into position as we've been waiting for this moment where they are finally executing that order to disperse this crowd and take down this encampment,
they're shooting,
which has just gotten to be too dangerous.
Chris Christie, it's John Gregory. Good morning to you. Just curious, have you seen any arrests so far?
We have seen a couple people detained, John, but as you can see now, we see some of this crowd starting to move away from the edge there as there's some smoke grenades going off. Not sure if it's tear gas or if it's just smoke, but we did count at least 1 or 2 people being placed in handcuffs when these CHP officers first arrived. Earlier, LAPD tried to make their way into the encampment. They actually were able to make their way up a staircase on the opposite side, and as they had to retreat because they were surrounded by protesters, there was some pushing and shoving, and one of the officers was hurt, minor injuries. He was okay, but they did detain somebody temporarily at that point and eventually let him go. LAPD now holding that skirmish line. Again, that's all happening on the opposite side of the quad here. But now you can see these tents are starting to be moved and taken down as CHP is now within the perimeter of this encampment. John?
Yeah, tearing down that barrier that pro-Palestinian protesters had put in place. It included plywood in some places, like a plywood wall, tents, metal barriers, and now you can see CHP moving in, breaking it down, resetting their skirmish line, it looks like. And at some point, we expect they will be moving in to clear this crowd out. As Chris mentioned, there are buses, sheriff's buses, standing by to take people to jail if they need to do that. Of course, I think the hope is that people will start to disperse at some point. But right now, it looks like this crowd, the pro-Palestinian protesters, are standing put. They're ready for this. They've been preparing for it for some time. We've seen them equipped with helmets and goggles and other types of gear to protect themselves from things like pepper spray. So they're ready for this. They've been waiting for this, and now CHP, it appears, getting ready to finally move in and clear this encampment out. As Chris mentioned, they declared it an unlawful assembly actually last night. They've made several announcements since that time on loudspeakers warning people that it's an unlawful assembly. So they've given plenty of warning. And now they're taking the next step, which is to move in and clear out the encampment. You can see more police on the far end as well. So it looks like they've got this encircled pretty well. A large number of police. Chris, you have any members of the CHP you've seen out there?
4, 5, 6.
Yeah, we're talking about at least about 300
students who have been arrested. They were at the encampment, and again,
maybe even more than 300, but at least 300 by my count here. And you can see that now a little bit more of a line of scrimmage here, as you have officers on the right, protesters on the left, and now a bit of a standoff right there at the perimeter.
We're not leaving their champion?
How much of a fight, how stubborn they're going to be, is what we're going to find out here. But they are giving them every last opportunity to try and bring this to an end as peacefully as possible with as least amount of force as possible. You see them pulling the protesters. They're going to start doing it one by one and just peeling them off, hoping that they put up very little fight. And I think for the most part, we could say that they have not encountered quite the resistance that you would expect, although they clearly are not being welcomed in by this crowd. And so they are in a position where they are using less lethal rounds. You can see objects being thrown in their direction. There are water bottles. There are water bottles. There are other objects. It looked at one point like there wasn't a fire extinguisher that was tossed over there. But you can see clearly now about a couple dozen a couple dozen officers on the right there, and several dozen near the top of the staircase that are trying to penetrate the entrance to Royce Hall near the top
set a fire extinguisher off. They have begun throwing bottles and cans at police officers. As police officers continue to dismantle the encampment, they apparently have those fire extinguishers inside the encampment. You see there the protesters holding umbrellas as they continue to use their flashlights and strobe lights to shine those flashlights into the officers' eyes, trying to blind them. We saw one officer was hit with a can. Again, they are well prepared. They have their riot gear on. They have their helmets on, so we did not see him injured. And here you go. You see the California Highway Patrol from the South Division firing those flashbangs, those distractionary devices. There you go. Let's listen. Now the protesters all have umbrellas. I'm going to ask Tony just to pan down for 1 second. This is some of the things that are inside. You see tables, you see buckets, you see pieces of wood, more tables, more wooden pallets that are painted over there, and those umbrellas. And some of them are fighting back with those umbrellas. We saw one protester right in front of us throw an umbrella at a police officer. That officer not hurt. You are looking live. This is the campus of UCLA right in front of Royce Hall as the California Highway Patrol and campus police move in to dismantle this pro-Palestinian encampment that has been here since last week. We do not see the LAPD. They are also here, but they're holding skirmish lines because there are hundreds and hundreds of pro-Palestine supporters surrounding the perimeter of UCLA. They are all here to support the protesters inside the encampment. What we have not seen tonight is any pro-Israel supporters. No Israeli flags like yesterday. They are not here. They do not appear to be here. Everyone, the supporters are all carrying Palestinian flags. They're also, many of them are wearing gas masks. Bicycle helmets, motorcycle helmets we saw earlier. They're carrying umbrellas. We did see a guy with a bat. Hopefully he doesn't use that. And you see officers struggling to continue to dismantle the encampment. They've got a protester down now on the ground. The protester not turning around. It's a little hard to see. The protester is wearing a helmet, and they are trying to put those zip ties on them to detain them. The protester, unclear woman or man, but they are wearing a helmet, as are many of the protesters inside the encampment, obviously prepared for something like this. You see, it is a female now. We see it is a woman who is down. They've taken off, I believe, her helmet now, and they are trying to zip tie her and detain her. She is not fighting back. She is not struggling with them at all. She is allowing herself to be detained, and now they're going to pick her up and get her out of here. They do have medics. We did see medics escorting some of the people out, and that's on this side. And there goes the protester right now.
Well, and what we saw earlier tonight when we were on in our 6 o'clock news even, is there was a long lineup of buses from the sheriff's department that were lining up near the federal building on Wilshire, which were basically in place to do mass arrests, with the idea of detaining these folks, arresting them, putting them on these buses, to put a lot of people into that sort of transportation to get them out of this system. That may be part of what is happening right now. To your point also about that dispersal call, we were also live on the air at 6 p.m. And at that moment when they said it is time to disperse, there was not a single person that left. We have not seen hardly anybody leave throughout the entire night. And so now we are seeing on the campus of one of the great universities in the country, the most applied to school in the country, one of the most respected institutions around the world.
Not anymore.
A scene that looks like a war zone and a combat essentially going on between the police forces of the state of California, the CHP, and pro-Palestinian protesters, some of them students, some of them not students on campus, and this is ugly, Bob.
And it looks like, Gina, that they have been able to dismantle at least part of that barricade so that they're able to get to some of those protesters inside. We're seeing continued arrests there, so they are arresting some of those protesters one by one.
Yes, they are going in, and again, they've got, if you pan this way, Sam, I'm here with Sam Dubin, and you can see they've got a long way to go to tear down the entire barricade. But what they have been doing is tossing the trash can, some of those cans, and you can see above there one of the protesters. They do have masks, and there's a struggle going on over here now. But again,
They got it. You know.
Oh my goodness.
Boom.
Gina,
this is so dangerous. Again, they're shooting rubber bullets, but I can tell you from doing stories about rubber bullets, they are extremely painful. If they hit your leg, your arm, they could break your arm. But they're trying to get into this encampment to get everyone arrested and out of this encampment. Again, the students were warned about this over and over. We were near the encampment for hours, and we kept hearing that speaker, the recording, letting them know what was going to happen, and they had time to leave, avoid this type of situation. And as far as we know, almost everyone stayed.
The concerns, Gina, is those other protesters that are outside this encampment that have come in. Many of them, as Alex was saying, have not left, but others have moved in. And we had heard that some of the law enforcement there could also be surrounded. So no doubt there are law enforcement on the other side, or people who are watching people who are on the outside of this encampment.
That's correct. That was the biggest concern, because the crowd, we were talking about possibly more than 1,000 people that were standing outside, and they were ready to rush in. They were very prepared for that. They talked about it, but of course it took so many hours that by the time this happened, many of the people that were outside, the supporters of the pro-Palestinian protesters, they ended up leaving. There are still some people out there, but so far I'm looking behind me, and no one has come into this area. There are LAPD officers on that side as well. They could be holding the line, but right now all of the action that's taking place, you're watching it right now. That is CHP that is going in. They're breaking down the barriers to get to the students and to get them in handcuffs and out of this area.
Gina, you've been doing this for decades in the field. Can you remember something the size of this in Southern California that you've ever witnessed?
No, absolutely not. And honestly, it is scary when you hear the loud bangs. I've never been in a war zone, but I can only imagine that it sounds like this, because it is insane. It is so chaotic. It is dangerous. When they toss that fire extinguisher in this direction, that could have hit any one of us. Obviously, that was meant for the CHP officers. It is just a dangerous situation here. And again, I just wish these students would peacefully give up so that no one gets hurt, and it doesn't appear to be the case.
No, they're not going.
Is joining our coverage now as well. Brooke, it's quite extraordinary to see all this.
Yeah, and it's interesting, the idea that this is at all going to calm things down. I think even law enforcement knew that likely it is not. We've seen at least twice just recently, just this week at other universities across the country. Law enforcement moves in and things don't calm down. It's not what happens. And the idea here is that obviously they're trying to prevent what happened just last night from happening again. But it's interesting that this took so long. It's also interesting seeing the amount of, I guess you could say, equipment that the protesters had been allowed to bring in. All of they set up buildings, essentially, and that this was all allowed to be brought into campus. On one hand, you're talking free speech, But on the other hand, you're talking building materials. And so there are going to be a lot of questions there about that.
Gigi, the same question to you that we just talked about with Gina. As somebody who has been doing this for so long, have you ever seen anything like this here?
Well, actually, I was inside the Occupy LA encampment at City Hall several years ago when that was dismantled. They did not have this type of barricade around the encampment, but there were also hundreds of people there. A lot of the photographers that I'm with, Austin Dave, a recognized photographer from Santa Clarita, is nodding his head. He also remembers Occupy LA. The only difference, they did not have these barricades up, which is quite a challenge for police officers to be able to get in. Photographer Tony Butita, I'm going to ask you to pan down. I'd like to show what was just thrown here. This is what some of the protesters have inside the encampment, which are those fire extinguishers. They continue to set them off. As a matter of fact, those CHP officers right in front of you, Tony Butita, you can see their uniforms are covered in white powder. They were near the protesters when they set off those fireworks. Now, what you're hearing being fired are 40-millimeter baton rounds. Now, baton rounds, also known as kinetic impact projectiles, KIPs, that's a less lethal alternative to any bullet. Their main purpose is to distract. They're designed not to penetrate or hit anybody. They're being fired very high into the air, and they are usually used for riot control. So that is what you are hearing right now. The CHP continues to fire. This after giving so many dispersal orders, as Gina Silva has been reporting. She has been here all night. We heard the loudspeakers, and, you know, it does sound like a war zone at times. We've got helicopters, we've got those baton rounds being fired continuously. We have the protesters screaming. We saw several being taken away. Unclear if they're UCLA students. It is believed that a lot of them do not attend the campus and actually have no connection to this campus. We were there yesterday. We interviewed a lot of people, even on the pro-Israel side, and they had no connection to the campus. They just felt very passionate about their cause, and that's why they're here.
Thanks so much, Gigi. We want to bring in police specialist, former LA City Councilman Dennis Zine, LAPD Sergeant Dennis Zine, to weigh in on what we're looking at here. Dennis, what's your take on this, the strategy here that police are using? Obviously, they had to come in at some point, and this is the time that they decided to do this. And it's quite an operation here because they have to dismantle this barricade here, which is just becoming more fortified and more fortified by the hour.
Well, it's not a surprise, and they use a tactic to basically lie in wait, and then when
what are they holding on to? A piece of cardboard there?
With obviously a massive show of force during the evening hours, or the late evening hours, early morning hours, to dismantle. We knew it was going to happen when you saw all the officers, the equipment, sheriff's buses, etc., that were amassed. They weren't bluffing. They were waiting for the right time to make the move, and obviously this late hour, or early hour as you want to look at it, at 3:44 in the morning, they made the move, and they're obviously carrying through. They weren't going to go home, and they weren't going to
They're trying to pull it back together.
What they will do is dismantle. It looks like there's somewhat cooperation, little, if any, resistance. The uniform that those officers are wearing that we see on camera now, I've never seen that uniform before by the California Highway Patrol. So I would say this is a special tactical unit by the California Highway Patrol that is in there dismantling, and they will then dismantle this operation, take into custody those individuals who don't want to leave. But this will be the end of this encampment at UCLA. Clearly, they have a massive show of force in addition to LAPD, which we notice it's the CHP, the California Patrol, that is the lead agency, and everyone else was assisting them. And they have their tactical team that is removing this encampment, which will be totally dismantled by time sunup. I imagine it'll all be dismantled and carried away.
Yeah, Dennis, can you talk about also the challenge I mean, I was out there that night when Gigi was talking about it, Occupy LA, and was out in the field, and there were not all those barriers set up like this. The challenge of having this massive, all these walls that have essentially been set up, the fact that these folks have been preparing for days to essentially get into it with police to fight back, and how that creates a challenge and a lot of blind spots for a lot of these officers, these 8-foot walls.
Well, they decided when they established this camp that they were going to resist law enforcement, which is exactly what they did. I don't know if there's been any resistance when the officers made their entry, where the individuals that were residing within that camp. But I look at the initial stage, when they started setting this up, that's when it went sideways, and sadly, UCLA was not prepared to really do what they needed to do. So now what we see is
good morning, guys. Hit the like button if you can when you join.
Dismantling. So they will dismantle it. They'll remove it by the time sunup comes.
Been here 2 hours right now. The other stream was like 2 hours.
Those that were occupying will be taken into custody, or if they want to leave the scene. But as I heard just a few minutes ago, many of the people that were inhabiting this camp were not students at UCLA, and we knew that there were activists that were there strictly to defy law, to defy the rule, and to establish this for a particular reason, which is what you'll find. Many of those are not students. They're just activists that were there for their particular purpose. As we see them carrying them away in the plastic cups, we have a number of sheriff's buses. We have a processing.
Over here.
But when they amass hundreds and hundreds of officers
he shot right in there.
Particular purpose, it is for a genuine purpose, not a bluff. A lot of people thought at midnight. At 1 o'clock in the morning, it was a bluff.
There's no fire extinguisher. They're shooting fire extinguisher.
When
shot right at him. He's still going, though.
With safety to the officers and safety to those that were housed inside this encampment, which was totally, completely illegal at UCLA. They wasn't going to continue. They weren't letting it continue for days and days and days. It came to that time. We're going to take it down and let's move.
Yeah,
and they had all the resources there. The tactical teams moved in. So law enforcement was well prepared, and what we see happening is the total dismantling. By the time sunup comes, that encampment will be removed.
You know, Dennis, you keep talking about the right time. What makes something, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, the right time? Having to take down something like this with decreased visibility seems harder. So what can you imagine law enforcement was waiting for?
Well, they were waiting for the tactical operation so they can dismantle without having the confrontation with the people that were massed there. There were a lot of people that were inside and outside. There were spectators. There were hundreds of spectators. And what they wanted to do was not get a massive number of people involved. So they just waited them out, basically, until they fell asleep. And then the crowd dissipated because you had a number of people that at this particular hour on the outside, they've left. So what happens is you have fewer obstacles to encounter and fewer people who you have to arrest since they've dispatched from the scene. They're no longer there.
Yeah,
so
lots of people go home. Lots of people go home at this early hour, and it's overnight. So maybe they thought it was the better time to do it and not wait till daylight. We're going to bring
because there were hundreds of people there late into the night, past midnight. There were many people, the spectators, and they waited for them to depart.
Okay.
The uniformed officers were prepared. The command staff gave the command, go, and they did, as we see them doing it now. So by the time sunup comes, this will totally be disbanded.
All right. Thanks so much, Dennis. Stand by there. We appreciate your help with this coverage. We're going to go right back to Gigi Gracia, who's right there at the front of what's happening here. Gigi, what are you seeing?
Well, protesters just set off another fire extinguisher, leaving the officers that are up close in a cloud of smoke from that fire extinguisher. Off to the left, you see them flashing their flashlights, continuing to focus their flashlights on the officers' eyes. I can tell you that can do some serious damage. And there's another table that's flying over the metal barriers. You can hear the protesters shouting boo. What they're doing, the protesters inside the encampment, and you can see them there, they're picking up pieces of wood and using that wood to shield themselves from officers. But officers continue to move in. Some of the protesters are throwing bottles, cans, fire extinguishers after they set them off at the officers. We haven't seen any injuries yet, but obviously an extremely tense situation. And just moments ago, they used the loudspeaker once again and asked people, please leave. Please leave peacefully. You are risking arrest. Somebody just opened up a giant pool umbrella right there, that beige. It looks like an umbrella or a tent. They're using it to shield themselves as officers continue to move in. They've also got those metal barricades. Hey, we're being asked to, okay, they're asking us to move just a little bit farther back because the officers are throwing those pieces of wood and the tables as they continue to dismantle the encampment. And they also continue to fire these rounds. You are looking live here on the UCLA campus, right in front of Royce Hall. And we've been watching as protesters, once they're detained, they are not resisting. We have not seen any of them resisting. What they are resisting is being detained.
So is what's happening right now, Gigi, are they basically saying to them, even if you're here right now, if you walk away at this point, we're not going to detain you, we're not going to arrest you, just leave? And these people are just refusing to leave?
The message is not that elaborate, but that is the gist of it. I would imagine if one of the protesters put their hands up, maybe they would just be escorted off campus instead of resisting. And there goes those 40-millimeter flashbangs again being used as a distractionary device. And there's more
mess.
tables,
Imagine the people
chairs,
that gotta clean this up.
pallets, those metal barriers.
Imagine the people that gotta clean all this shit up.
There's a protester straight ahead wearing a yellow helmet, and that protester is holding up a metal or plastic folding chair to protect themselves behind a metal barrier as police continue to dismantle. Look at that piece of metal. It looks like what was a metal table at one point. That protester now holding one of those metal barriers that continue to try to stop police from coming into their encampment. At this point, I would say that's pretty pointless. Police are here, they're inside.
Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate
taking
that.
people into custody.
No, I'll say it quite a bit of time.
Gigi, is they're taking away their umbrellas and these pieces of wood. You can see more about the protesters. They all have these helmets and goggles and masks. What else can you see about the people? What appears to be hundreds of people still in there.
They are well prepared. We don't have an exact count, Brooke, but from our Skyfox, our aerial views, there are hundreds of people. And again, these are not all UCLA students. They may not even be a majority of UCLA students. There are a lot of people that law enforcement and campus officials refer to as agitators, inciting the violence. And I'm going to ask Tony Butita to pan off to the right. You've got a clear shot of all of the protesters right there wearing those white helmets. They were well prepared, Brooke. They knew this was going to happen, and they are very well organized, and they've been managing to have all these things brought into them. They've been bringing things in, and I understand at one point they were even using wristbands to identify who was really a part of the encampment and who wasn't.
Wow,
so if you didn't have a
crazy.
wristband, you didn't get in.
Wow.
They are very well organized. This is not just a couple of students that said, hey, let's go protest. There's another fire extinguisher being set off right there.
We had just been saying that it's almost like they had been turning the inside of this encampment into their own little city at some point, and certainly if this had grown, it could have had some more organization there inside. We don't know at this point, and there's no way of telling whether or not how many of these are students or quote-unquote outside agitators at this point, but certainly a growing crowd there over the past couple of days inside that encampment. Let's go to Gina Silva, who's also on the ground there, to get her perspective on what's taking place. Gina.
I'm sorry?
Gina, you're on.
He was just saying they threw a bottle of water, and the officer was telling us, be careful, because it could be urine, and he said something else that I couldn't make out. But they are, what is it? Concrete, that's right. We did see that earlier.
Concrete.
Our security guard was actually the one who spotted the students.
I got security, smart.
Maybe not students, but the people at the encampment. They were filling water bottles with cement and water, and obviously that would be something that would be very heavy, and if it hits your head, you could get hurt. But you can just see here they've been setting off those fire extinguishers, which of course makes it really difficult to breathe. And at one point, they tossed the fire extinguisher in this direction. We were able to move out of the way. Thank God we weren't hit. But if you get hit by one of those,
she needs a helmet. She shouldn't have put a helmet on.
You could pass out. I mean, it's just, it's dangerous. And you can just see the CHP officers there trying to get control of the situation, but they've got a long day ahead of them. And, you know, we were talking about why did it take so long? Why did it take so long? Well, what we kept hearing was there was a huge concern with the supporters because there were so many people here that were also not part of the encampment, but they were here to support the people in the encampment. And if the officers had rushed in like they are now, trying to remove the encampment, there was a possibility of that group also rushing into the lawn and then causing even more chaos. So the idea was to kind of get them a little bit tired and maybe, whoa, here, another, what is that? Another water bottle. And so the idea was to get them tired and hopefully they would be gone by the time that.
Yeah, there was some other people saying earlier that cops were getting urine thrown at them.
Everyone is gone. They were probably ordered out of here. And at this point, it's the media, the officers, CHP, there's LAPD, there are officers from different agencies as well. But as you can see, the ones that are taking down this encampment are CHP officers. And it's like taken quite some time.
Gina, it looks like they're making progress on those barriers. What are you seeing? Oh, absolutely. They are making progress with the barriers, but they haven't. The students and the people inside the encampment have not made it easy. Not at all. They keep setting off those, excuse me, fire extinguishers. And so we've seen a couple of the officers like wipe their eyes and you know, try to like spit out because they were struggling to breathe as well. So it makes it a very difficult situation. But it really is incredible what is happening here at UCLA. It's something that I will never forget.
Yeah, and anybody watching this will not forget. Gina Silva, thank you to you and Sam Dubin for all the work you're doing out there. And you think about the reason that CHP is taking the lead is UCLA is actually under the jurisdiction of the UC Police. It's not under the jurisdiction of the LAPD. That is a state agency. CHP is the only state law enforcement agency. They have the most tools and everything involved in terms of the state, and they are the ones that are taking the lead on this. Mario Ramirez is just joining our coverage. Mario, what are you seeing from your perspective?
Yeah, so we're with about a group of 100, maybe 150 protesters, and we're seeing a line here from dozens of CHP officers. I want to have photographer Howard Wells get a little closer. We were hearing chanting just a short time ago, "Where were you yesterday?" referring to the delayed police response. We were here talking about that on campus as there was violence unfolding for hours before police arrived, and they were pushing these people on campus back step by step, and at times getting into some heated scuffles, pushing some of the people here in this group on the ground, but that has since calmed down. They are in place, and I want to try and talk to one of the protesters here because, you know, at times they are getting loud and using profanity, but we've been hearing from a few. Okay, but we can tell you that they are controlling the group. They are moving them back. We are just in front of Kaplan Hall, and they've moved us towards the physics and science building. So at one point, they were pushing this group back. You can see now that line in place here, about 100 feet from that encampment setup. I'll send it back to you for now.
It's interesting that we're not seeing, you know, many what looks like arrests yet, just giving you an idea of they're still trying to break this structure down to even get to the people, Mario.
Yo, Vic.
Yeah,
Vic said turn off the Wi-Fi and cell coverage. They'll go home.
Before.
I'm not talking to you. What do they call it? Is that Amazon? Whatever your name is.
Onto a bus or a police vehicle to be taken into custody. So we have seen people zip tied here. I counted at least 3 but no active arrests, no active zip ties or people being taken into custody at the moment, but we did see that a little earlier.
All right, thank you so much, Mario. We will continue to watch the situation there. You're watching an early edition of Good Day LA. Alex Michelson been waiting overnight as this situation has been tenuous and tense throughout the evening. And about a half hour ago, police decided to finally move in on that encampment there on the UCLA campus. So we want to thank you for your help.
It's just a really sad situation as people that love this city to be watching this happening here. And let's hope that there is some sense of order when there is daylight. And just a shout out as well, just to our crews that are doing such hard work out there. Our thanks to all of them, especially the photographers.
These people are so
really in the middle of
crazy.
it. So, I'll be watching your coverage, and we'll see you a little bit later on today.
No, it's been nice to have you here, but I guess 20 hours is good enough, huh?
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue our coverage now. Let's go back on the ground. Gigi Graciette is right there on the front line. Gigi, what are you seeing right now?
Well, we just saw a big fight break out between protesters and police. One of the protesters was near a fire extinguisher, and you heard the California Highway Patrol officers shouting at them, "Don't pick it up, don't pick it up." Very tense moments. The protester did not pick it up. They continued to dismantle this. Many people have been taken into custody already, but the biggest challenge so far has been dismantling the encampment. And basically what police are doing is they're circling the protesters, and that group is getting smaller and smaller, although it is still quite large. Tony Butita, come to me for a second. I just want to show you some of the things that we've seen flying from the encampment here. This is a lantern. It's still lit. This just came flying from the encampment here. So protesters are throwing things at police officers at the California Highway Patrol. I'm going to leave this here now. As you see, photographer, there's another scuffle right now. They are beginning to resist being arrested. The protesters are grabbing other protesters that are being taken into custody. So it's sort of a tug of war between police, protesters, and in the middle, the protesters being taken into custody.
Amazing. Isn't it crazy, like, the things that are just going on everywhere around the world? I mean, I don't think people seriously got hurt during this. And I think, like I said, I've said previously, that these college campuses, they created this shit. This is a product of their own environment. And, you know, I know why they're protesting, even though we saw videos that they don't know why they're protesting. Some of the people. But I guess after so many days, because this is like day 7, guys. I've never seen, I'm not saying it's never happened. I've just never seen a protest like this. And they did have some pretty decent organization. They had their Telegram group, and the demand was kind of ridiculous. They were asking for the new people that missed all the craziness. There was so much. Yesterday and last night was crazy. All random kind of stuff, like between the protests and all these weird people. But they were demanding vegan food and gluten-free products and supplies and all this kind of stuff. And I guess these people got fed up after a couple of days.
The cafe to use the restroom, and all the walls outside the campus cafe were spray painted with Free Palestine. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Gigi, we were talking to Gina, and I could see her eyes watering. She was saying, it was hard to breathe because of what was in the air around her. What is it like, for you? Besides having to dodge these parts of the structure being thrown in your direction.
We have dodged quite a few items thrown in our direction, both by police officers who are dismantling the encampment and by the protesters who occasionally will throw things at the officers. It is hard to breathe. Your eyes water when they set off those fire extinguishers, but thankfully it's nothing worse than that, and it quickly dispels. Now, you see the strobe light right there? They continue to use strobe lights, and they continue to use flashlights, and they're flashing them right at officers' eyes. When the media was here earlier, they were doing that to television cameras, and they also said, that they want to get the message out, but then they do that, and you can't get a message out when that's shined in your face, and they're doing that to the California Highway Patrol officers right now. The group of protesters is getting smaller, but it is still quite large as police continue to dismantle the encampment here right in front of Royce Hall.
This is definitely going to take some time here, but we could just hope that no one gets hurt in any of this. It does look like they're using those strobe lights, flashlights. We even saw laser pointers there flashed at officers' eyes as well. And it looks like they have dismantled a large portion of that barrier which has been erected over the course of several days. And now they're forming this almost like a human chain to try and prevent some of their other fellow protesters from getting arrested. But as we look at these pictures, more officers are moving in. Let's go back to Gina Silva.
Oh, yeah.
She's there on the ground as well. Gina?
Yeah, as you can see, more CHP officers have arrived, so they are going to be taking down the barricades here, the plywood. Okay, so they're asking us to move back a little bit. What I kept hearing from the people inside the encampment, please don't arrest us, please don't arrest us. That's a little bit too late. The announcement came on at 6 p.m. yesterday, letting them know that this was, they needed to leave the encampment. And for many, many hours, we kept hearing a recording through the speaker system, letting them know that if they did not leave the encampment, they would be arrested. It took so many hours. Now you're watching it live here on Good Day LA. CHP moving in, busting down this encampment, and you can see all, what does this say here?
Your shots, we need you to back up, okay?
Lots of different messaging there on the barricades. Yeah, we want to make sure you're safe as well, Gina.
13 months. Damn, Raging, thank you so much for 13 months.
Back. They're moving fast now. Before, they were taking their time. Now with the, with all of the officers that came in, you can see they've already busted everything down, and they will take the remaining students. Some of the students I can see are running away, running through the back. Oh my goodness.
Gina,
this is really unbelievable. This is UCLA.
Just the number of officers, it seems
Right here.
more are moving in.
And CHP officers that are firing the.
It's interesting with this tactic,
right now,
these
you're gonna watch
flashbang grenades that they're now firing
wish I
into
would've
the
showed
air. These
that.
are distraction grenades. Part of a tactic to try and disperse this crowd. Gigi had been saying, Gina, on the other side, that some of these students, now that some of the barricades have been taken down, have been sort of forming this human chain,
I can show you guys.
trying to hold their fellow protesters so that they don't get pulled in and get arrested by officers.
There he is.
What do you see?
Right now, all I see is a sea of CHP officers dismantling the encampment. You can see that they moved in fast. As soon as you saw them walk in, they went right to work and started taking down the plywood and tossing it away. They told us to move back, and now they are moving closer to the students. But I did see several people running away in the opposite direction. What I did hear before this group of CHP officers arrived was them saying, please don't arrest us, please don't arrest us. But earlier, they were tossing fire extinguishers in the officers' direction, that water bottles, just being defiant.
Gina, I want to go back to...
Frank, thank you so much for the 5 super chats. Says Mel the Weekend. Fly Poppy, this is wild, isn't it? Thank you. I don't know what we got. Wow, we're froze here. There we go.
Gina, we want to go back to Mario Ramirez right now. Just, Mario, I want to see what you can see in your area where you're standing. It was a little calmer than the other 2 shots we've had so far this morning, but now we're seeing more officers move in. What can you see?
Yeah, we're just outside Kaplan Hall, Portola Place near Dixon Court, and this here is a line of CHP officers. They, at times, are slowly moving this group back, and you can see here they're locking arms. They're trying not to move. Earlier, they were moving forward and really pressing against these officers who are trying to control the crowd out here. And I'll have Howard Wells show you the crowd off in the corner. They are using lights, as Bob was mentioning earlier, to try and distract these officers, shining lights in their eyes, and we are hearing chanting. And I will say that it was a lot harder to access the campus this morning. A lot of areas are being blocked by police, by law enforcement, and from what we can see, the largest presence here is from CHP officers. They're basically setting up a perimeter where they're dismantling that encampment so no one else can go towards that area. We're hearing those flashbangs go off one by one. They were a little closer in time earlier, but we are still hearing them as this crowd here is getting louder and not trying to move any farther back.
So
than they already have
from your vantage point, Mario, your area is outside the encampment, and we know that there had been concern among law enforcement that there were not only protesters inside the encampment, but outside as well, and those could pose a different problem for officers as they were worried that officers could be encircled by some of those protesters. We also know that there are buses now ready near the federal building, so it looks like once they start arresting some of these protesters, they'll be moving them over to those buses to detain them and hold them and perhaps take them down to the city jail should they get arrested. But where you are, Mario, this is outside of that encampment, right? So these are the other protesters who have either started to try to move into the encampment or are watching things from afar.
Yeah, and it seems like we're finding it hard to talk to some of these people out here. I have a student. What did you want to say? I know you're out here watching this.
Well, I'm just saying these guys weren't here to protect us yesterday, so they have no right to be here today. That's all.
What?
Right.
No right to be here today?
It. So he said he is a student. He was referring to the late response of the law enforcement here on campus yesterday. And we have seen some people who don't appear to be students. Obviously, it's a little hard
I hate the cops. I was pissing, talking shit that I'm pissing them.
Wearing scarves,
so it is
pigs,
and all this kind of shit.
Who is a student and who isn't. But since this encampment went up a week ago today, early in the morning,
blah, blah, blah.
we've seen a mix of students and non-students. But it appears right now this group of protesters is standing strong. You can hear some of the chanting. They are not moving again, locking arms here as police, law enforcement are trying to keep them away from that encampment as they continue to dismantle some of those tents and barriers.
You know, there's a lot of talk about the idea of how many of these people are students or not, but the reality is an anti-war protest of any kind in the history of this land has brought out many different people in the community, regardless of where it is centered. So that's no surprise. But I want to go back to the timing that we've been discussing all morning. You know, it is dark outside where it's the middle of the night. Police have waited until you assume what they felt to be was the right time. But I'm just not seeing that many people that chose to move out over this some 12-hour process of being warned to.
Yeah, and we know that's been an issue, right? These protesters don't want to leave. We saw police move in here overnight, but it's really been trying to hold their place, stand strong here against law enforcement. But they seem to be taking their time in controlling this area, moving this crowd back. Let me let you listen to some of the chanting here right now. So they are chanting peaceful protest, and some of the people we talked to here yesterday say despite the violence that we saw unfolding on campus, it was peaceful, but that clearly not the case. We heard from several officials and UCLA officials as well calling these acts of violence horrific. So we're seeing the aftermath here. Law enforcement keeping a perimeter around the encampment as they work in that area. Again, we're about 100 to 200 feet away just outside Kaplan Hall where they're keeping this group of students back.
We can only hope that this will remain peaceful and, again, no one gets hurt in any of this. We're going to go back to Gigi Graciette. She is there just outside the encampment. She's been watching as these barricades have been were being taken down. Gigi, what are you seeing right now?
Well, let me give you a pan. Tony Butita, I'm going to ask you to give me a pan. Just a short while ago, this was a wall of plywood, tables, doors, tents that were nailed together. So police have made a lot of progress in dismantling this wall that was preventing them to get to the people inside the encampment. And if we pan down, I want to give folks at home an idea of all the things that they have thrown here. All the easy-ups, all the tents, all the plywood, pieces of metal. How did they get all of this stuff inside the campus, and why was all of that allowed to come in the first place? Yesterday we saw them using electric drills, hammers and nails to board themselves up even tighter inside this encampment. The California Highway Patrol, though, has made a lot of progress. They've taken down one entire wall so far. This is all happening right between Palo Powell Library and Royce
You can't
Hall.
even.
And if you're just waking up, if you live in the Wilshire Westwood area, you're probably hearing those flashbangs going off. You just heard one there. You're probably wondering what is going on. Well, those are used to distract, and they're being fired from all sides of the encampment right now as police continue to take people into custody. Now, inside, behind the wall of police that we're looking at, protesters are still linking their arms. They're resisting. They're trying. When one is taken into custody, the protesters on the other side of that person will hold their legs, will hold them back, trying to prevent them. You see some of the protesters there wearing helmets. They are also wearing masks. Obviously, as we've said before, they are very well prepared for something like this to happen. No tear gas, no pepper spray, nothing like that has been fired, at least not on this side of the encampment. And that is what we're seeing right now.
Gigi, right now we want to bring in Doug Luzader live in Washington, D.C. with, a broader nationwide look at this. Doug, the president's response has been, you could say, measured, I guess, over the past few days in an effort to maybe not upset voters on either side of this. But seeing this, what we're seeing right now happen for the second day in the two largest cities in our country, that response, the reaction from the White House has got to be coming in stronger.
You would imagine he's got to say something about this. The president has not spoken publicly about these protests in about a week and a half or so, but these images that we're seeing right now out of UCLA are pretty jarring. Now, whether that provokes any kind of response from the White House, we don't know. It is interesting to see the coastal shift in this. I mean, this thing really started as, centered on the East Coast, Columbia University in New York, and now UCLA is at the
Ellie,
heart
thank you for the
of this.
membership.
Now, how this plays out is
Welcome.
difficult to say. We are seeing a shift in how police are being used and deployed here, in that there was obviously initially a lot of reluctance to have police go into any of these protests. Now they're being more aggressive to the point of, as we're seeing at UCLA, tearing down some of these encampments.
Well, so far right now, things haven't been unraveling, so to speak. They've been able to take down these barricades, and we haven't seen any violence, and of course, or extreme violence, we should say. And at this point, it doesn't look like, the officers are rushing in and protesters are fighting back. The barricades are down, and what we're looking at right now are these protesters standing arm in arm, forming this human chain. It was just a very different situation, Doug, than the situation at Columbia, where you had people that moved into one of their buildings over there. But here, over the course of several days, this encampment had turned into sort of a fortress, so to speak. And I think officers here were just a bit concerned that this could just keep growing, and it was escalating to what could potentially be a more dangerous situation.
Yeah, protesters there were given a long time to kind of entrench. Now, at Columbia, there was just such a clear line that they had crossed in going into that university building. It was breaking and entering. And then they tried to occupy it and blockade it. And at that point, that's when the university called authorities in to clear out not just the building, but the encampment as well. UCLA's situation is different in that you have a group of folks that are outside. Now, we have a tradition in this country of giving students a lot of latitude at college protests, but, at some point, these colleges are just deciding, I suppose, that enough is enough, and a lot of it may have to do with the criticism that the university and police got at UCLA for not going in as their skirmishes played out, 24 hours ago or so.
Doug, we want to check in with you throughout the morning on this. Thank you. Let's go back to Gina Silva on this. Gina, we were just talking to Doug Luzader about this idea that the difference between what's happening in Los Angeles and what happened in New York just a couple days ago, officers having to go into Hamilton Hall and the university on the campus, Columbia's campus, and now here they're having to take down a building, essentially, dismantle one.
That's exactly what. Oh, yeah, and that's what they've been doing. You've been watching it live. I want to show you this. Take a look. These are the casings from the shells, from the flashbang grenades that have been going off all night long. They're all over the ground here, and that's what we have been seeing. You've been hearing all that loud bang. These are some of the signs. Freedom is everybody's business. And just take a look at everything that they've been tossing over this side. That was part of the encampment, and it just continues right now.
Kelly, thank you for the 10. Mel, remember when they played Bad Boy song from Cops earlier? They effed around and found out.
At some point, the officers are going to take them in.
We've almost, Gene, almost feel like we've moved into a different stage of this operation to dismantle this encampment, because there had been concern with that growing barricade that they couldn't see what was happening inside. It certainly, from a strategic standpoint, presented a danger for any officers that might be moving in. There was no telling what they might have had inside, but now that that barrier is down, they're standing eye to eye, face to face with these protesters inside this encampment. And now the decision here is really what to do next, and how to move in and perhaps arrest these protesters without this turning into a violent situation.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting. One of the things one of the protesters was saying, the whole world is watching, the whole world being pressure to this. Like, if you treat us poorly, the whole world is going to see that. So, yeah, at some point we're going to see the officers make the arrest. How they will do it remains to be seen.
Gina, from your view, have you seen many people, many protesters being brought out? I'm just seeing officers with hundreds of zip ties prepared for this, but have you seen one by one anyone being brought out yet?
Oh, yes. In fact, one of our, I believe, like our second live shot, we showed you a group of the people that were brought out, believed to be students. They were sitting on the ground, and then they were taken away, perhaps put in the buses to be processed. Again, these students and maybe not students who were part of this protest, they were warned and they were told that if they did not leave, they would be arrested. And that is exactly what happened to them. And that's exactly what's probably going to happen to these students as well. So again, they're holding the line there. You can see the officers are face to face with the protesters, and the protesters are refusing just to give up peacefully. They're just standing there at this point. They've been ordered to walk away, go with the officers, and that is not happening. You can see the zip ties there. They're ready for the arrest.
All right, there are protesters inside that encampment. As we said, the barricades are down. Now they're standing eye to eye with those protesters, and it's a standoff of a different sort now, so to speak, to see what officers are going to do. There are also protesters outside the encampment. We've got Mario Ramirez. He's about several hundred yards away from that encampment. He's looking at the situation there. Mario.
Yeah, we're just outside Kaplan Hall, and you can see the group of protesters that we're with, or people here on campus, some that were part of that pro-Palestinian encampment demonstration just outside Royce Hall.
And
they're basically standing off with this group of CHP officers. Appears to be a little over 40 CHP officers. We know that police began to move in on pro-Palestine protesters around 3 o'clock this morning, so a little over an hour ago. And UCLA campus police as well were here after demonstrators refused to clear out despite being ordered to leave. That encampment was declared illegal, and an unlawful assembly as well from police was declared. So we're seeing this group here at times chanting. They were being pushed back towards the physics and science building a little earlier, and it seems like some of them have dispersed, maybe trying to figure out another way to get closer to that encampment. But as of right now, they are being kept here along Portola Place and Dixon Court, just outside Kaplan Hall. And we do see a few, at least 2 officers here with zip ties, ready to go. An indication that they are ready to take people into custody, detain people here on campus if they have to.
Yeah, Mario, on that note, you imagine this kind of line up, face-to-face standoff is not going to last long. Are the officers saying anything to these protesters or spectators outside of the encampment?
Earlier, they were just saying move back, move back, and they were slowly moving this group back. Other than that, they haven't said much. We saw additional CHP officers, maybe about a dozen, a little more, arrive to support this line here just behind them. But aside from that, we haven't heard them really give them any instruction on where to go or how to leave campus, just saying move back, move back.
We're going to bring in Gigi Graciette. She's been there all morning long. And Gigi, we were talking about what seemingly is the next phase in this attempt to dismantle the encampment there. The barricades are down, and now they're standing eye to eye with these protesters, and everybody wondering what's next.
Well, Bob, what we just saw is a woman appearing to want to simply walk away from all of this. You know, she didn't want to be arrested. She just sort of gave up. She was escorted away from the encampment. Not arrested, not detained, no zip ties. They simply escorted her away. And you are looking live at the California Highway Patrol face to face with the protesters, most of them in white and yellow helmets, the protesters here in the encampment. We see conversation, unclear, obviously. It's very loud. We cannot hear what they're saying, but it is appearing that they're giving one last opportunity to simply walk away and be escorted off campus. Just a short while ago, they played a pre-recorded tape from UCPD, the University of California Police Department. Captain Gibson, he announced that this was an unlawful assembly. He declared, he read out the penal code that they are in violation of, and asked them once again to please leave the campus peacefully. Again, we saw one person just a short while ago, a woman, talk to an officer, and she was escorted away, not detained. Most of the people that are being taken away are being put in white zip ties that police, the California Highway Patrol, is using. The officers in these black tactical uniforms then hand them off to other CHP officers that are standing by to take them to the jail buses to be processed. So unclear what's happening right now. We do see some conversation at times between the protesters and officers. All the protesters have their arms linked together, and it is eye to eye right now. And you can make out the protesters because most of them are wearing white helmets. They have masks on. Some have smog masks on, just others just regular surgical COVID-style masks on, yellow and white helmets, face to face right now on the campus of UCLA with the California Highway Patrol. Several people have been detained, no official number. Obviously, that will come once the camp is completely dismantled.
You know, it's interesting hearing about a young woman who decided that she didn't want to be there anymore in the middle of all of this and wanted to be escorted out. We've been talking and seeing how physically prepared these protesters are. They've got these helmets, they've got these goggles. But in history, when we've seen a massive protest like that, part of the preparation is the reality to be mentally prepared for a likely arrest. And so, but, you know, pairing that with how young some of these people are. These are not, you know, career activists. These are college students. And it's a wonder we haven't seen more of that. People saying, hey, you know, I'm out. I want to go. Let's bring in now on the phone retired LAPD Sergeant Dennis Stein here. Dennis, you know, we just saw Gigi, our reporter Gigi, saying that there was a woman who decided she wanted to be out of this. She wanted to go in the middle of this now that officers have moved in. Is it typical for officers to say, okay, you can just go at this point in the process?
Well, the bottom line is they want to clear the place. If people want to leave, they're going to let them leave. If they don't, they resist. And there's a number of those that are going to lock arms, going to resist, and there'll be plenty of people going to jail. But if someone has the idea, you know what, maybe I really don't want to go to jail. Maybe I don't want to have that on my record. Maybe I want to graduate and get a career in life, and maybe I don't want to have myself tarnished by this. I'll leave. But as we see, there's a hardcore people, and I question how many of those are actual students or actual people who want to go to jail for the cause that they're there to make a statement. Law enforcement will accommodate. There's actually hundreds and hundreds of officers, and you see the CHP in those tactical uniforms, which they only use in a situation like this. They are there along with the backup of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, and other agencies,
right?
To clear this mess. This will be that encampment, which is turned into probably a health hazard in addition to everything else, will be cleaned out, and the people who are resisting will be taken to custody.
I know you're watching, girl.
The officers, the officers are trained to take them into custody. If they just want to stand there and be handcuffed and taken away in the plastic cuffs,
I see.
they will
You see my call.
But there's plenty
Did you
of
look at the screen, look at me, look down, wait to see if I answer.
And to clear this area. It's not like they need more resources. They've mustered those resources the last few days. So it's just a matter of time until those hardcore that don't want to leave will.
Dude, man, what a crazy the last 2 days.
Custody and booked and charged with the offense that they're being charged with.
We want to get your take on what you think might happen next, because so far, the barricades now have been taken down, and that presented a danger and a lot of uncertainties when it came to moving in on this encampment. You know, there was concern that they might have had, weapons inside, pepper spray, that sort of thing. They were throwing bottles at some points during the morning. Now that the barricades have been taken down, and it looks like they're now just standing there face to face with these protesters, and they're locking arms now, not wanting to be arrested.
Jules, thank you for the super chat.
Heels there.
Thank you, Jules. Super sticker.
Next, because this so far seemingly has gone fairly well in the sense that it hasn't escalated into violence.
Well, you'll have the arrest teams that'll come in. The arrest teams will then come in and start taking the people and placing the cuffs on them and take them away one by one. That's what will happen next. Those people who've locked arms, if they don't comply and leave the scene, they will then be physically arrested and they'll be taken away. Now, there's other officers who will be engaged. The initial team went in, as we saw with the California Patrol, to dismantle the barricades that they had established. And now you'll have additional personnel will come in and augment and make the physical arrest. Those hardcore that are standing there with the CHP officers, those individuals will all be arrested. They don't want to leave voluntarily, and they want to go to jail. They will go to jail. They'll accommodate that. So they have a long evening and day that they're going to be going and sitting in the bus for a while until they get booked down at the county of Los Angeles. But every single person that you see locking arms voluntarily leave, or they'll be coming in with tactical teams to make the arrest, and they'll peel them away one by one, and they will be carried away or walked away, whichever they wish to prefer. They'll be taken into custody and booked and charged with the offense that they failed to disperse after the warning was given. Multiple times they've been given the opportunity, but these people, many of them are going to go to jail, and they're willing to do that, and that's what law enforcement will do to accommodate that, and then it'll go to the criminal justice system and the courts, and whatever happens, happens after that. If they're students, they may be jeopardizing something if they do get arrested. If they're not students and they're agitators, then going to a jail really won't affect them other than the inconvenience of going to jail.
You know, Dennis, I think if that's next, I imagine the curiosity for many people at home watching is what's the wait? What are officers waiting for at this point?
Well, what they're going to bring in is the tactical team to make the arrest. And you might find LAPD is going to take that section. What they've got is the dismantling. They've got tents. They've got other dismantling that they need to do. And as we know, the CHP is the primary on this, and they've taken the lead to clear that encampment. But then they're not going to just walk away and say, okay, we'll see you later. They're going to take those folks who don't want to leave into custody. So there'll be arrest teams that will be coming in. There'll be teams of two that will take them into custody, and they'll be processed from there. And that's going to follow up. Once they feel it's secure, then the arrest teams. You see these officers on camera now with the PR-24s. They've got the equipment, the ballistic helmets, etc. There will be maybe the arrest teams or officers in those uniforms versus the tactical uniforms we've seen with the California Patrol will be the arrest teams that will go in and make the actual arrest. And again, you see just a few of the officers. There's hundreds of officers that are assigned different aspects of this, take down this encampment. And it's all being done with a commanded level, giving those directions. Now we're going to go in with this and go in with this. It's all tactically established, and there's a procedure how they're going to follow. So what they want to do is make sure it's safe, secure for the officers. They'll go in and start making a mass arrest.
All right, so at this point, it looks like it's a waiting game here, a static situation, and those officers there standing on those lines waiting for the order to move in and make the arrest. So far, that's not happening. We're going to go to Gigi Graciette. She's been there throughout the morning to get her take on the situation, what she's looking at right now. Gigi.
And you are looking live at, okay, those are protesters, and they appear to be carrying metal and wooden pallets. Unclear if they're trying to fortify that end of the protest. We saw them throwing some umbrellas. Unclear exactly what they're doing right there. That they're on the sort of on the porch of Royce Hall here in Westwood. Now, at the same time, and you won't be able to hear it, there is a message playing from campus police, Captain Gibson, telling people that they need to leave. They're risking being arrested and being charged with several violations.
All right, what we got going? What's going on
If
here?
you're in the area, regardless of your purpose, in violation of a penal code, you must leave immediately. Let's go back down to the protesters here on the ground, Tony. We don't know exactly what part of the process this is.
Very cherry, if that's how you say it. Thank you so much for the 20. I appreciate that. Gracias. Gracias, gracias.
To the left, you see a protester with goggles, a piece of
Goggles,
wood in front of
right.
him. You may not be able to make him out right now. He's right in front of the California Highway Patrol. He's wearing a white helmet right there, and he's holding a piece of plywood in front of him. And it's hard to see them, but apparently police are regrouping. I don't know what the next strategy is, but all the protesters obviously not leaving. That message continues to play very loudly for them, but they are not moving.
To Dennis, Zine, Gigi, this next stage is to get arrest teams to come in, and that there are more officers at the ready to go in, but they're just waiting for that order to move in and to actually go in and make these arrests. But at this point, it looks like it's another sort of standoff between these officers. And
how long is this one gonna last?
Gigi, from what you can see, can you see any other law enforcement actually moving in?
No, there is a California Highway Patrol arrest team there in their standard beige uniforms, and what happens is the officers in the tactical gear, those black uniforms, they're dismantling. They continue to dismantle the barrier, and then they take people into custody and they hand them off. Okay, things look like they're getting very tense right there near Royce Hall. We just saw a bottle fly with some water, some type of liquid into the crowd. They're also using a loudspeaker. Okay, I see. It's very hard to make out. We're at a little bit of a distance, but there seems to be a scuffle. They're trying to protect themselves, apparently from police that are moving in. You see the police there to your right, the California Highway Patrol to the right with their black helmets on, and the protesters continue to use umbrellas. Umbrellas have been a big thing here. We've seen so many, dozens and dozens of protesters holding up umbrellas. You can see the umbrella there. An officer just grabbed one. And we're going to go back to you. We're going to continue to monitor the situation here on the campus of UCLA.
Right, Gigi, let us know if anything develops there. We're going to go back to Mario Ramirez. He's
Legendary
also on the campus, a
CEO.
little further away from the
Drop to
encampment.
50.
There are more protesters there outside the encampment.
Oh, that was kind of weird. That was kind of
there as well.
Lost my boom. A little deeper voice.
All right, we're having some technical issues with one of our cameras out there. As you can imagine, there is a lot going on. So,
I know.
Should we go back to Gigi now?
At least I can't imagine the paperwork for arresting all these people.
Gigi, so
Brooke and Bob?
Yeah, so actually something I wanted to ask about that I could notice is officers pulled down the wood at the front of the encampment. There still seem to be pretty tall barricades towards the back. And now you see this action going on over here with this giant piece of wood that you were just talking about.
Yeah, it appears the protesters once again tried to sort of fortify themselves there on the porch of Royce Hall there. And to our left, I'm going to ask Tony to pan over to the left. They've opened this area up. It's a little difficult. There's a lot of media here. There's a lot of police. So we're going to stay focused on that because there appears to be a scuffle breaking out over there. Let's try to get a better look here. Now, so what we saw were protesters still had some of those large wood boards. Now you see the CHP moving into the porch, and there goes a chair and more metal. They were trying to fortify, create sort of a little fortress on the patio there. under those arches, but that has not been successful. Police now focusing their effort over there. Meanwhile, the other protesters that are all locking arms, everything seems calm here. They're face to face with the California Highway Patrol, but no one else giving up. Now, if you're just tuning in to Fox 11 in Good Day LA, we're live on the campus of UCLA as police move in to dismantle this pro-Palestine encampment that has been here since last week. If you live in the immediate area, you may hear what sounds like fireworks. Those are flashbangs being fired by police. They're used to distract. They're fired high into the air, so you may be seeing those flashes of light and hear what sounds at times like fireworks. That is all coming here from the UCLA campus if you're just tuning in. That is the California Highway Patrol taking protesters into custody. They were warned by the campus on Wednesday that this encampment was unlawful. The campus never gave them an exact date, but they've been getting messages every day that they must vacate the encampment. And what they did yesterday, and we saw them do, was fortify it, bring in even more wood, pallets, wood board, metal,
almost 3,000 people
tables,
on
chairs.
YouTube.
We've seen a little bit of everything. They were using drills yesterday to nail and screw those boards together, basically creating a little fortress, makeshift fortress here. They had no intentions of leaving. We did see one woman just say, you know, she wanted out for whatever reason. She was escorted. She was not detained by police. She was simply walked away from the protest. That is the only person that we've seen sort of giving up, for lack of a better word. Other people have been detained with zip ties. And it's important to remember the campus and police don't believe that all of these protesters are UCLA students. A lot of them may be, but not all of them. We were here yesterday, interviewed multiple people.
They're pulling one out.
No one that we interviewed all day long was actually a student
I
here
don't know if you
at
know
UCLA.
an answer to this, Gigi, but that building right there, I think we're looking at, is Royce Hall. And
yes.
are there protesters inside that building? Have they been able to go inside? You know, that presents another issue there for officers if they were going to make arrests, if students were to go inside this building, or is that completely locked down?
The building is locked down. Police are inside the building. They're also on top on the second floor. So as far as we know, the buildings, we're talking about Powell Library on one side, Royce Hall on the other. The buildings have not been breached. That is something that we saw. Now, we see a lot of people running. Unclear, is that police or those are protesters?
Pulling you one by
they
one.
seem to be running now from police. And now there's a lot of activity. The protesters, a lot of people are running. But the protesters here right in front of us, they remain a barricade, a wall of people. Their arms are linked.
to walk away.
Yeah, it appears the next stage in this process of clearing the university has started now, with officers moving in, making arrests.
And that we saw that earlier, and there was sort of a pause on that. And now they have begun. We saw a lot of protesters running towards the back, running away from police.
Okay, Gigi,
and we'll send it back to you.
We're gonna send it over to Gina Silva, who is also watching things develop there. Gina, what are you seeing?
Well, you can see here 1, 2, 3 people.
Get arrested, yeah.
I spoke with this young woman here, and she said, I think it's unfair what's happening to us right now. But as soon as she started to talk with us, they pulled her away from us. And so now we've been told to
what's
stay,
up? I got your DM the other day. I got it right back.
Away. But she was in tears. And as you can see,
Legendary.
they are being detained. They're being taken in. And throughout the day yesterday.
Boom. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that, dude.
We heard all of the warnings, letting them know to please, what
am I going to do with this trial? I'm supposed to do a trial today.
It was an unlawful assembly. You would risk being arrested.
Gotta do it, man.
And that is exactly what is happening right now. But if we pan over this way, Sam, I'm with Sam Dubing, photojournalist. You can see the officers continue to bring the barricades out of the encampment. This way? So yeah, they're going to put the barricades so that we don't get close to the people that are being arrested. So that's what's happening. They're being detained, and then they'll be taken away and placed in one of the buses that are going to take them to another location. But right over here, where Gigi was talking about, the scuffle was right over there, and there's still a lot of just so many things that are still could go wrong because the students are refusing. Here's someone here that just took.
Sir?
You know,
he said, "Viva Palestina."
It almost seems like this is, at this point, again, this is still early on, and there's a lot of protesters that are there, but it's working out the way officers or law enforcement there had hoped for, that they would be able to take down these barricades without much resistance.
There's another person detained.
Oh, sorry.
She's crying. I mean, I'm sure that being arrested is
I feel like by
shocking,
the mic she
but
yelled.
it really shouldn't be because the warnings were there for a very long time. Another person being brought out. Do you care to say anything?
Free Palestine!
There you go.
All right.
Let's move this way. So you can see more people coming by that are being taken in. I will try to speak with them, but a lot of times they don't want to talk to the media. Do you care to say anything, ma'am? She said, I just got brutalized by the police for doing absolutely nothing.
Okay, so it looks like they are either moving in to arrest those protesters.
Yeah, they're walking them out one by one.
Look
Perhaps
at
some of these
inside the encampment, all of the wood, the plywood,
Perp walk.
the umbrellas, everything has been taken down, and it's quite a mess. But you can see a lot of students, or maybe not encampment, people who were protesting, they're still standing there, holding hands, refusing to give up.
But
and so they will be taken in.
Gina, does it look like they're
at times
actually...
it may be a little bit rough, but it's been their choice because they have not given up peacefully.
So it does appear that they are one by one pulling these protesters.
Can you hear me? Did we lose IFB?
I think you lost IFB. We lost...
we can still hear you and see you, Gina. Can you hear us?
Yeah, it doesn't look like she could hear us right now.
You know, as we're looking at this, just the shocks of just what was in there, the amount of materials that were in there, and just as much as the protesters are asking, they're still asking the question, where were police last night? Where were you during the riot? I think the university leaders in the days to come are going to have to answer as to how all of this got there. You don't easily hide, you know, a giant wood slab.
Right. It's something that they're going to, in the days to come, investigate.
Yeah, where they get all the supplies from?
Figure out how this encampment, really a fortified encampment, was able to spring up there on the campus, and that it was allowed to go on. We're going to bring back Gigi Graciette. She's watching as some of these arrests are taking place. Gigi, on Gina's side, it looks like they were moving in and arresting some of these protesters one by one. What are you seeing?
Well, from our perspective, the protesters are now completely surrounded, and that was the goal, sort of to contain them without the barricade, although some still have pieces of wood that they are holding up to shield themselves. Many of the protesters, if not most of them, are wearing helmets. They seem very well prepared. Many of them have goggles. We see a female protester over there. She seems to be talking to police. Earlier, if you're just tuning in, we did see a woman being escorted out, not arrested. She apparently wanted to leave for whatever reason she had. The protesters are also, if you hear that noise in the background, they're also using bullhorns, and they're chanting different things. Right now, they're chanting peaceful protest. At other times, they chant other derogatory words at the police officers that are here. And now we see police continuing to move. The plan is to continue to contain the protesters. You see one protester there with holding up a street sign, one of those sort of horses that they use to block off traffic. And it appears police are moving in to detain someone. You see the protesters there. If you can make them out. They're the ones wearing the white and yellow helmets. Most of them also wearing masks. It's been peaceful, as they have not set any fire extinguishers off. If you've been following our coverage, you probably saw that earlier. You saw clouds of white smoke. Those were fire extinguishers that were in the encampment that were being set off by protesters. Many of the officers that are here, their uniforms are covered in that white powder. They have not set any more of those off, and unclear if they simply just ran out. So it's calm, but it's a tense calm.
Yeah, you know, I can still see things flying up in the air, kind of behind this initial line there. Can you tell me what you can see? Are protesters doing that? Are they passing things around?
You know, occasionally you see, just a short while ago, we saw a protester throw an umbrella. There were a lot of umbrellas here. We saw a protester throw an umbrella at a police officer. We saw that several times tonight. The protesters that remain right now are as peaceful as anyone can be that doesn't want to be arrested and doesn't want to leave the campus. And it's important to note, on Wednesday, the protesters were notified that this encampment was unlawful. And this,
moving all the tents.
UCLA went out of their way in that message to the protesters.
The campus is claiming it was unlawful, but they let it ride for 7 days now. And they have or had massive supplies, tents, gear, helmets, all the same color. Like they got it all from the same place. Majority. Helmets, the white helmets, the yellow helmets, and then some of the custom helmets too. Look at this. Oh, let me show you this real quick. They're pushing back on these protesters right here. What's going on? Trying to arrest them?
Or either that, or they're trying to get them to unlock arms, because they do have their arms locked together.
Their arms are locked,
to try and prevent themselves from being arrested. We saw several tug of wars as officers would take a protester into custody. Other protesters would grab the protesters' legs or arms and yank them, so they were literally tugging at people.
Human shield.
Trying to prevent police from taking them into custody. You know, as if that's really going to work. Those people were all taken into custody. Huh? Now they continue to make the circle just a little bit smaller.
I think it appears that this is working out for the CHP and for the law enforcement that's out there right now, because initially, obviously, there's a concern with that fortified barricade that it could escalate to something dangerous, and obviously presented a lot of challenges for officers that were trying to move in, not being able to see the people inside, not knowing what could happen once those barricades were taken down. And now that they're standing eye to eye with these officers, what you're hearing from those protesters, they are chanting peaceful protest. And so far, by and large, it appears that this has been peaceful. We have seen projectiles being thrown into the air and several things being thrown at officers. But it could be a much worse situation that we're looking at right now. It almost appears
you could probably climb a little bit. I think we had a little altitude out of this, probably.
So we have some chopper feed to ABC. We can kind of get another overview. Wild times, man. It took them a long time to move in on them. I barely have slept. I've been kind of nonstop. And now we got a trial in a little while. I think my plan for attack is going to be, I think we're going to do it. When the time comes, we'll do it. I'll probably go take a little, I'll let it run. I'll go take a shower, try to refresh. And I'm probably going to take little breaks today during the trial. Personal little breaks. But today's a half a day too, so at least it's not that bad. You know, hopefully it's interesting. And girlfriend took off today, so she took the baby to school. I would have had to leave, all this stuff. So it's all good. I guess these kids, they were saying it was their last year. I guess they went out with a bang.
And she was escorted. She was not arrested. She was simply escorted away from the encampment, while we've seen many people be arrested or detained with zip ties. And we understand that the jail buses are standing by, and that's where they're being taken to be processed.
Yeah, on that note of holding the
Barb
line,
Callie, thanks so much for the 20.
This, Gigi, is the officers took the encampment down, took this fortified building, you could say, down. The line of protesters seemed to have slowly moved towards officers, and so it's interesting then seeing officers try to push them back even further.
They have pushed them back quite a lot. I mean, that barrier was much closer to us than the people are now, and it was quite a challenge for California Highway Patrol officers. This encampment was quite fortified, again, with wooden pallets, pieces of plywood, tables, chairs, metal bars. All of this was brought onto campus, right in front, you have to imagine, of campus officials and of campus police. Now, they had to know they were building sort of a fortress. It was very clear. Yesterday we saw them using drills and nails and hammering this fortress around them, and nobody stopped them. Nobody attempted to stop them.
There are going to be so many questions to that in the coming days.
This was all being done in plain sight.
It's almost as if they wanted it to happen or something. It's kind of strange. Yeah, it's going to be interesting if they do a presser, having to answer. They turned on more tents. Their city came down. Multiple tents. The barricade looked like it's all down. A bunch of trash everywhere. Holy moly. Brought bus loads of cops. Wow.
Preparation should something escalate. So protective equipment, so to speak.
Right, they are very organized.
As a matter of fact,
they have media spokespeople, so you can't just go up to any protester for a comment. They will tell you, we are not media trained. We will get you a media spokesperson. Although they haven't been quite welcoming of the media to be able to get their message out. We've asked many, what is your message? What is the message you want to send? What is the message that you're trying to transmit with this encampment? And they didn't want to talk to the media.
It's interesting.
They also were shining those flashlights and those strobe lights at media cameras too.
After the arrest that we were seeing in Gina Silva's shot, that people are somewhat willing to at least give one last message. It is also, this idea, they know that they are likely to be arrested. At this point, it is inevitable.
I've lost
Gigi, are you there?
Regroup and send it back.
Looks like she lost her IFB as well.
Gigi!
You can imagine a lot of cell phones on right there. So
yeah, there's so much going on right now.
Service is kind of tenuous there.
People are prepared for an arrest. These protesters, as we keep talking about how organized they are, how prepared they are, what they've brought in, I imagine they are mentally prepared to be arrested. But there is something I imagine about the zip ties actually going on your arms, as we saw a couple people breaking down, like once it happened. On the other hand, these interactions with police radicalized some people as well. And they've watched this happen at other universities across the country. They knew that this was likely to be the next step.
Sure.
I can prep too.
And most of what
earning the SJW badges,
whether or not these
labels.
Are students, but it does look. It appears as if many of the rest people that are being taken in are young people
wearing UCLA gear,
or just young people in general. I mean, it doesn't. I don't know if it even matters if they're students or not. But yeah, there they are, standing face to face with officers. So this. All unraveled overnight as officers finally decided to move in on the encampment in the early morning hours, about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe that this thing is still going. So it's about to be 8 o'clock my time, which is 5 a.m. over there in Cali.
And we saw lots of supplies there that were taken in and had to be dismantled one by one.
Leaving.
These protesters working over the past several days to not just erect, but to fortify that barrier using tools, drills, nails, zip ties, you name it, to make sure that they built a very strong structure. But officers came in and there wasn't that much resistance on the part of protesters when those barriers were dismantled or being taken down.
Absolutely.
It pretty much went down peacefully.
And, and it's still pretty calm, to a certain extent, you can see, but I imagine really volatile, many hearts beating right now because it only takes one thing.
I think they canceled school.
For a situation like this to become violent, to become chaotic. It's about perception at this point because
100%.
as it gets physical and you see officers moving these people back, if somebody falls, you don't know how the officer is going to perceive that. It's going to take that. You don't know if someone on the other side is going to actually get physical. It just only takes one small thing for this to go from 4, you could say, to a 10.
Right. We can only
hope that
it doesn't escalate into something that is a lot more dangerous or more violent. But all in all, it does appear that this is unraveling peacefully, and that these many protesters are being arrested without any incident. So it looks like this could take some time because there's a lot of protesters there on the campus inside the encampment, more protesters also outside the encampment, as well as this standoff continues on the campus of UCLA. I think we're going to reset things here as we approach 20 seconds before the 5 o'clock hour. You've been watching continuing coverage on the campus of UCLA. Police now deciding to clear that pro-Palestinian encampment in front of Royce Hall that began around 3:30 this morning. And officers moved in. They first dismantled that barricade, and then now are standing face-to-face, eye-to-eye with protesters. Bob DeCastro here, along with Brooke Thomas.
Yeah, thank you for joining us at 5 o'clock in the morning. If you're just waking up, just as Bob is saying, this has been going on for about an hour and a half, about an hour and 40 minutes so far. Police actually physically moving in. If you've been paying attention to this at all, you've noticed the officers, many officers had been there on site since, yesterday afternoon, you could say, in a large number. And then they chose to move in starting around 3:20, 3:25 this morning. And now they have, for the most part, cleared the encampment. And we're just waiting for the next steps in this, which, our retired LAPD sergeant telling us are mass arrests.
Yeah. We're going to bring in Mario Ramirez, who's been live there at the scene this morning. He is just outside the encampment where other protesters have gathered. Mario.
That's right. We're near Kaplan Hall, and we've been watching this standoff between a few dozen protesters here chanting Free Palestine and CHP officers, several of them with zip ties. This is in front of Kaplan Hall on Portola Place, and I want to tell you what happened a little earlier. We saw what appeared to be an injured demonstrator being wheeled off on a stretcher here behind Kaplan Hall along Portola Place. We tried to show that as he was being taken to an ambulance, and some of the demonstrators pushed us back and unplugged the cord from the camera. So that's why we lost our shot a little earlier. But we did see someone being taken away by ambulance, appearing to be injured during the activity here overnight. Hey, Stephen, I want to bring you in here. I found a student here, not part of the demonstration, but he's been on campus for the past couple of days. What are you making of this happening here overnight?
I mean, we can't go in between buildings. It takes a longer, they're changing now, but it takes a much longer route to get to our classes, and it's just very unfortunate.
Yeah, I know yesterday UCLA officials announced classes were canceled. You're graduating soon. How has this really impacted you?
I mean, I got to skip a midterm today, so that's awesome. But it's really weird because I was a 2020 senior as well. And so it feels like the same thing. It feels like, you get a week off, which is what UCLA is doing throughout this entire week, actually, tomorrow and Friday. And it's really scary because it feels like we're going to the same thing that we went to my senior year.
Interesting. All right. Thanks for your perspective. Appreciate it. So that is what we're seeing here with this group of protesters. They've been here for the last hour. At first, they were being pushed back here towards the Physics and Science building, but they've been in place at times chanting for roughly the last hour or so.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that we are seeing. This is the group of college seniors. They're worried about their actual graduation ceremony being in jeopardy as this happens, across the nation. And this is the same group of seniors who were high school seniors. And that high school graduation didn't happen.
Yeah, classes were canceled yesterday. It's, we haven't heard from UCLA or whether or not what's going to happen with classes today, but I can imagine that's in jeopardy as well. Graduation is not until sometime in June, so there's time for this to all play out before they get to any point of graduation. But it also presents another scenario here where you have students who he says he's not really part of the protest, that he's just watching. So you have people who are looky-loos or people who are standing by that are in the mix of all of this, just watching things as they develop there on the campus as well.
But one thing that happens in a situation like this is not the first protest that we've seen just in the past, massive protests. We've seen many of them in the past, few years or so. And so one thing that happens is once it goes from this kind of calm where you can hear each other, peace right now, to the chaos that the fear is to come, it doesn't really matter who you are. You can all end up in the van, including, unfortunately, members of the media sometimes.
They're not going to know who's who.
Right.
And if you're just in the middle of it all, you could also get arrested as well.
And likely will, and often officers say, well, we told everybody to leave.
Yeah. I think we have Gigi Graciette. She's back connected with her camera and her phone there. She's going to... Gigi, what are you seeing?
Well, protesters continue to have their arms linked. They are completely surrounded now by the California Highway Patrol. They're chanting different things off and on, including Free Palestine. They are wearing helmets and masks. They have their arms linked together. You might be able to make them out there. Again, completely surrounded on campus. This is all happening here on the campus of UCLA between Royce Hall and Powell Library. What the next move is unclear by police. We did see some people being detained a moment ago. As Mario Ramirez mentioned, he saw a protester being taken away on a gurney, apparently injured. It may have happened during a scuffle. There have been several scuffles. I wouldn't say this was completely peaceful. It wasn't as bad as it may have been expected. Thankfully, right now the protesters are not doing anything. One of them, though, did just set off yet another fire extinguisher in the back. We've seen that several times during the morning. They had fire extinguishers in the encampment. They would set them off. It would create a cloud of smoke and envelop the officers. Many of the officers' uniforms, you can tell they were standing right there because they're covered in white powder. But right now there is, that tense calm that people talk about. That tense calm as the police wait to move in and begin arresting the protesters one by one. They're doing this very slowly. They're doing this very, very meticulously. I'm going to ask, it's going to be a little choppy. The photographer, Tony Butita, please turn around. I want to show what's waiting off there to the side. Again, it's going to be a little choppy, excuse us, live television. But you see there the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. That is their jail bus. They use it to transport prisoners, usually back and forth from jail to court. But the buses are standing by. There are several of them, and that is where those being detained are being taken. All right, let's bring it back live to the scene here on the campus of UCLA as police continue to move in to arrest the demonstrators. If you haven't been following the story, this encampment was set up last week here on the campus of UCLA and continued to grow. On Wednesday, the campus officially notified protesters that they did have the right to free speech. They also had a right to demonstrate. What they didn't have was a right to set up an encampment and also to stop other students from moving freely through campus. So this was more about the barricade, more about the encampment, more about students being stopped. At one point, we were told that the protesters were using an armband method of identification to make sure that they belonged in the encampment. And if you didn't have an armband, then you couldn't cross. Now, it wasn't a huge inconvenience for students, but they did have to go all the way around, and they were being stopped.
Yeah, if you're just joining us right now, this began around 3:30 this morning when officers decided to move in, and what you're looking at right now are officers now face-to-face with students because they spent the last hour and a half or so taking down or dismantling that barrier that had been erected over the past couple of days and fortified with plywood boards, with nails and other kind of rails and furniture, if you will. And all of that has now been taken out. And now we're waiting for officers to move in. We have seen some arrests being made. These are just being done, as Gigi said, meticulously, one by one, as they arrest one protester after the next. But there hasn't been one large-scale order for these officers to move in. And our police specialist, LAPD Sergeant Dennis Zine, telling us that there are other officers at the ready should they make that decision to actually move in masse. And maybe that it presents a more dangerous situation or would escalate this situation. So maybe they're just doing this methodically and one by one arresting these protesters. Now, we should point out that these protesters have been on their bullhorns and that they've been chanting, and many of them have been chanting peaceful protests. And by and large, although some projectiles have been thrown at officers, it has been somewhat of a peaceful situation here. It hasn't been violent.
Absolutely. And, there are many questions from people, why did it take so long? When you talk about the fact that this was set up, this began, a week ago, typically, police don't move in and stop what is a peaceful protest unless there is a threat of danger, a threat of violence. And what we saw last night was actual violence. And we are seeing the ramifications of what happened last night. Now officers are moving in and they're trying to clear the entire lawn, essentially, and still dealing with this idea of trying to keep things, I think Gigi described it as a chaotic calm, or is that what she said? But just trying to keep things as safe, really, as possible for everybody
As
involved.
we said, that's all we can hope for at this point. All right, joining us on the phone right now, we have former LA County Sheriff, Department Chief of Operations, Jim Helmold. Thanks for joining us this morning as we continue our coverage here. We wanted to get your take on what we're looking at right here. It looks like, Jim, that things have sort of developed here the way officers, the law enforcement there and the CHP had wanted to. One of the concerns, obviously, was when you had that barricade, what they could be faced with when they took it down. But at this point, it hasn't really unraveled or escalated into something that could be a lot more violent.
Yeah, good point, and good morning to you and all your viewers. Yes, it appears that law enforcement, they were taking every precaution to first make sure that resources were, staged into a proper position so that when action was taken, that it could be a safe dispersal of the large crowd. I also took notice that that the individuals who were behind some of the barriers were wearing goggles, thick clothing, and what appeared to be scarves in some cases, which, is an indication that perhaps they were looking to resist any law enforcement efforts to disperse the crowd, such as gas or pepper ball munitions and things of that nature. So law enforcement's taking every precaution to make sure it's a safe resolve while also respecting the right to free speech on the campus.
Many of the protesters there chanting, where were you? Where were you last night? Can you talk to us? I do imagine there are going to be many processes that are in review in the days to come. But can you talk to us about, why the possibilities of why the riot, essentially, that we saw last night was able to go on, to happen in the first place and then go on for so long? Because now we're seeing, the reaction, the prevention, the hopes of last night not happening again.
I understand your point, and keeping in mind that what has to be taken in consideration by law enforcement is, collaboration with the campus leadership and ensuring that, one of the most sacred values, American values, freedom of speech, is honored, but at the same time balancing other students and faculty's access to the campus, which are public areas, and then, of course, at the forefront would be public safety. So at some point, they had to stage, the resources that were available to ensure that, in fact, there was a peaceful demonstration. But as it escalated beyond what would be determined to be peace and a disruption of normal public activity, then it would seem that, yes, as you're indicating, there should be more assertive action taken. And I think you're seeing some of that now, and it appears that they're doing an excellent job of controlling it from going out of control again.
So what's your take, Jim, on what is taking place right now? Because it doesn't appear that, there's officers in mass moving in all at once, protesters being arrested, one by one. Is this another method here in terms of just being methodical and meticulous? And what's the strategy here?
Well, there's a lot of things going on at work. First of all, to have all of the resources staged, which includes law enforcement agencies, of course, LAPD, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, to support CHP and the UCLA Police Department in their operations. So once those resources are staged, you have to take into consideration when you go in and move that you would have a dispersal of people, and you want to control where they're going so that it doesn't disrupt the surrounding neighborhoods, as well as the campus itself, that mass destruction could be done. So what you were probably not seeing behind the scenes, and I know your reporters are doing a good job of speaking to everyone that at different points of the campus, but essentially what was happening was controlling of those areas, having triage in the event that there was injuries to any officers or any of the protesters. What you also see is they will tie themselves together physically using barriers, oftentimes, as we've seen in recent demonstrations in New York, where they're actually tying themselves together with cement and metal links. So you want to free them from those barriers, physical barriers, without causing injury. So you want to make sure that there is every action taken and every precaution taken for public safety while honoring that first right speech. It's freedom of speech.
Jim, I just want to ask really quickly, what are some of the things that officers can see? Because, again, we're seeing a one-by-one arrest as officers are typically trying to keep things peaceful on one end. What are some of the reasons why they'll say, hey, no, you have to go?
Well, certainly obstructing public access for other people, any violent actions, any disruption from students gaining access to their classes, destruction of public property, violence to other individuals. So these are all of the factors that are taken into consideration.
All right, Jim, we appreciate you being part of our coverage this morning. Chief of Operations for the former Chief of Operations for the LASD, Jim Hellman. We will check in with you later. We appreciate that. We're going to go to Doug Lazader, our Fox News correspondent in Washington, to weigh in on some of this. We've been saying, Doug, that President Biden has been keeping an arm's length from these protests that have been springing up across the country. Now, the center of these protests shifted now from the East Coast, where that protest at Columbia had been dismantled, now here to the West Coast at UCLA. And many wondering whether or not the administration is going to weigh in more on this.
The president has really been trying to kind of straddle this issue, saying on the one hand that he does not support violent protests. On the other hand, he says people need to understand the plight of the Palestinians. You know, in recent days, though, and those were comments that he made about a week and a half ago, a lot has happened since then. And in the meantime, we've only seen written statements come out of the White House, and we've seen comments from the press secretary and other administration officials. But the president himself has been largely silent about these protests. I wonder if these images that we are seeing this morning, that you're showing there from UCLA, if this will convince the White House that the president just cannot wait any longer to talk about this. Now, the administration yesterday pointed out that he does have an event on Tuesday next week here on Capitol Hill, a Holocaust remembrance event that he is going to speak at. So at that point, this situation is almost going to have to be addressed, the rise of anti-Semitism in the country and so on. But it will be interesting to see if through the course of this day, the White House feels compelled to kind of deploy the president to talk about this kind of campus unrest.
You know, it's also interesting. We've seen Republicans vocal saying that, the president needs to speak on this. And you mentioned images. Yeah, there's, kind of two different directions that this can go. And I imagine they're both going to be impactful. The images of these mass protests on one hand, and then also what we are likely about to see, images of mass arrests of many college students, many protesters. That's got to have an impact.
That's right, especially because so many of these folks are young voters, and that will play maybe even a determining role in the November election. And, you know, while we concentrate on these big events, Columbia on the East Coast, UCLA on the West Coast, this is happening around the country, as you know, and it's happening in our backyard here in Washington as well. There have been big protests at George Washington University. They have been largely peaceful, but the university there actually asked police to come in and get the protesters out. The police refused to do it. So we are just seeing a huge, variety of responses from university officials and police departments across the country on this issue.
You know, Doug, it's interesting that you bring it up because, yes, we're focused on these two big cities, but also, you know, Brown University, the university leaders there have somewhat caved to protesters, a much quieter protest. And they're saying, you know, they're going to hold a vote on divestment. They're going to have conversations about that.
As far as we know, and that's an interesting point to bring up, I mean, Brown, as far as we know, is the first university to make that kind of concession to consider divestment. And that's something that these protests have been kind of uniform across the board, demanding from schools. Brown went pretty far in making that concession to folks there. And, you know, universities, some of them have taken a very hardline approach on this. We've seen that in Florida, for instance, where they've said, look, if you show up and do this, you're going to be out of school for 3 years. The other issue is how many of these folks don't even attend the schools. And that's something that was brought up in New York, the number of outside agitators, as police called them, that were showing up at these protests.
Yeah. All right, Douglas Zader, live for us in Washington. We appreciate your take on all of this. We're going to go back here on the ground. We've got Mario Ramirez, who's live just outside the encampment. He's been watching other protesters who have gathered there. Mario, what's happening now?
Yes, Bob, so you can hear the chanting, peaceful protests. Let me let you listen in here for a second.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
So we can tell you this group here has been slowly moved back by these CHP officers in riot gear. This group right now between Kinsey Hall or Kinsey Pavilion and the Music Library here on campus. We were just outside of Kaplan Hall, but they've moved us back slowly, and it seems like they are just trying to get more people away from that encampment as they continue to take down those barriers and dismantle that setup that's been up for a week now. And I will say, one of the protesters here just asked me what time it was, saying they've been out here all night, so you kind of get a sense that they are losing steam. Many of them have not slept at all. I want to just ask one of them.
We don't talk to media.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear that, but we don't talk to media, so it's been very difficult. And the last live shot, we did talk to a student who said he was supposed to be taking senior pictures today, but that's been canceled. No access to the area where that was supposed to happen. But you can see this group of officers is slowly moving this group back. And I will say some of them have dispersed, trying to find another way around the campus. We heard them earlier shouting, more cops are moving in from the back. More cops are moving in from the back. And a large amount of them dispersed around the corner. So it seems like they're trying to figure out different ways to access that encampment. But from here, they are being pushed back farther and farther. Every couple of minutes, this line of law enforcement moving a few steps forward, pushing them back here.
Yeah, Mario, where you are, outside of the encampment, this has been going on for more than 2 hours at this point. So how far have they been able to move these protesters back where you are?
I would say at first it was 100 to 200 feet. Now it's probably double that. So they have been able to make some progress moving them off of Portola Place. We initially were at Portola and Dixon Court near the encampment, and now we're in one of the courtyard streets here on campus again between the Music Library and Knudsen Hall. So they have been able to slowly but surely move them back step by step.
All right, Mario, thank you. We're going to check in with Gigi Graciette now. Gigi, I believe, is actually inside the encampment now with some of the last protesters left. Gigi, what's going on where you are?
We are inside the encampment. There are probably less than 36 protesters left now being taken into custody. And being inside the encampment, you get a real idea of what's been going on here. I mean, they are very well organized we just saw a bin with probably 1,000 batteries in it, batteries for their flashlights, batteries for their lanterns that they've been using. It is quite the setup. We're going to show you more of that later on. Right now, you are looking at the last set of protesters. Again, probably 36 of them left, being taken into police custody as that pre-recorded message continues to play, telling people that they are in violation, that this encampment is unlawful, citing the different penal codes that they are in violation of right now. And you can see flashlights, batteries. I'm going to leave that right there. Just the different signage. They have a hand washing area.
Very interesting, Gigi, that, it's hard to tell from these pictures on the ground because we see, the wall of officers, the protesters locking arms, but only 36 really protesters left. You have to think that this is going the way law enforcement and the CHP really wanted it to play out, which was to dismantle what appeared to be a growing barrier, a larger barrier, which could bring in or attract more protesters and turn into a much more dangerous situation for people who are there on the campus. But only about 36 left. You might imagine that over the course of the next half hour or so, we can see the rest of them arrested and being taken away.
That's right. And all in all, it was peaceful. It could have been, it sounds like a cliche, but it could have been much worse. A young lady being taken off campus now wearing one of those orange safety vests, something that a lot of the protesters were also wearing. And as photographer Butita to pan this way, here it says protection kits for 6 p.m. tonight. Knee pads. We actually saw a lot of knee pads being thrown in the air. Ponchos, umbrellas, face shields, lights, flash and wipes, rags, goggles. Viva la resistencia, power to the people, long live the resistance in Spanish written. But this is apparently where they were coming for their supplies in preparation. There's one of those orange safety vests that we saw a lot of the protesters wearing. And you see helmets, you see the goggles, you see masks, food. They have a bathroom section there. There's a huge pile of Kirkland toilet paper. You see the helmets they were wearing, and there's one of those safety vests that were brought in. They had a lot of support. There's wipes, more facial wipes and sanitary wipes, flashlights, packages of flashlights and gloves. Almost all the protesters were wearing gloves in addition to the helmet. There's another young man being taken, saying free Palestine is the message that they have. There's a young woman being taken away. The California Highway Patrol taking the last few dozen protesters that were left standing, the last men and women left standing here in this encampment. What they did was they circled around them. They continued to make that circle smaller and smaller and smaller, and now they have them up against Powell Library. You can see the scaffolding. Apparently some construction was being done here at UCLA, and they've spray painted and they put up letters, Free Palestine. UCLA, I can't read that, something about genocide, a lot of signage, a lot of messages spray painted on the wall here. And of course, the Palestinian flag, which we've seen many of them. And here comes a young woman who appears to want to walk backwards for some reason. Or is being walked backwards, unclear why.
Gigi, you said it was cliche, but I think it was a really important point to make that, this has been, for the most part, peaceful, as peaceful as things can be under the idea that there are officers there kind of standing off with protesters. But in many other situations that we have seen like this, officers have essentially said, we had no other choice but for things to get violent between us and protesters. But here, the decisions that they've chose to make, the process that they've followed, there hasn't been much violence, if any.
That's right. The worst things that we saw, a few umbrellas being thrown at police officers, those fire extinguishers that were set off, one or two may have been thrown towards the officers. A couple of chairs came flying, bottles of some type of liquid were thrown, but really nothing massive, nothing, all in all. And they've been chanting peaceful protest, and it's important, again, to note, according to UCLA, the message to the students is we will facilitate your right to free speech. We will facilitate an area for you to demonstrate, but you can't have this encampment blocking the campus because other students have a right to have access to the campus.
Well, I think that was one of their of their goals, Gigi. I'm sorry. It was just to dismantle this barricade, and given what happened yesterday with the violence that took place between pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian protesters that escalated, this could have been, or could turn into a much more dangerous situation if this encampment grew and grew and grew. And one of their goals was to certainly dismantle the encampment, or dismantle at least the barricade, which it looks like they are successful in doing this morning, as they arrest some of those final protesters who were digging in there inside the encampment this morning. We're going to check in now with Mario Ramirez, who is also there on the ground. He is just outside of the encampment. As we know, more protesters were also moving in on the outside, and officers there were standing off as well. Mario, what's going on?
Hey, Bob, yes, they've moved us about another 50 feet from the last time we checked in. We're now by the inverted fountain here on UCLA's campus, just outside the music library. And we can tell you the students here, or the group of people here appearing to be students, chanting, "Our university. Why are you in riot gear? There's no riot here." So they're standing strong, linking arms, but they have been pushed back quite a bit. The crowd, this group was much larger maybe an hour ago, a few dozen. Now it's down to about 20, maybe 2 dozen. So it seems like the crowds are dispersing the longer this goes on, and more CHP officers did move in the last half hour and sort of circling around this group, pushing them farther and farther back away from the encampment that's currently being dismantled here near Royce Hall, just down the way from where we are on campus.
You know, from where you are, Mario, outside the encampment, as they're being pushed back, have you seen many people leave? Because it seems the people where you are have more of that opportunity.
Yeah, I would say about half of the group dispersed a little while ago, and you can see them being moved back again. We think that many of them may have gone around to the other side of campus. Of course, there's more law enforcement blocking other areas, but that seems to be their tactic, is going around trying to get other access. But you see the line of police moving here, and it seems like they're trying to move around Kaplan Hall here, or Knudsen Hall, to try and circle this group so they don't go down this way. But that seems to be their plan here, is to circle this group and slowly push them away, farther and farther away from the encampment. And it looks like they're headed towards the street where we saw one of the protesters being taken by ambulance a little earlier. So they're moving little by little, but it is working, and they are getting these students to move back slowly.
Well, it looks like they're also dispersing students, Mario. We're 2 hours now into this when officers decided to move in, and from what Gigi was saying, she sees maybe 3 dozen, so obviously now less than 3 dozen people there in the main encampment area. Outside, you're seeing 20 or so people, so very shortly here, we should see a real dispersal of the protesters there, and things seem to be dying down here quite quickly, because these protesters are really outnumbered in a big way by the police presence that's there on campus.
Yeah, and they continue to move in. We're getting closer to Charles E. Young Drive, the public access street here just behind us. So they are continuing to be pushed back. We tried to talk to a few students earlier, a few demonstrators, one who said we don't talk to the media. So a lot of them have been referencing us to media spokespeople, but they've been very hard to find out here. We talked to one student earlier who said he was on campus just kind of watching this. He had been for the last couple of days, and this is really impacting his final weeks here on campus. So we're seeing this group again be pushed back near the music library as more law enforcement and I'm hearing that. Where are you guys headed now?
I'm talking now.
Okay. They're saying they can't get out this way because the street's blocked. So they're kind of just reorganizing, maybe staying in place until they get moved farther back. But yeah, farther and farther back from that encampment.
Yeah, you know, one of the things necessary here when, you know, as far as the clear messaging goes, hey, at this point you need to leave, you're going to likely be arrested, is there needs to be a clear path to exit for protesters who decide they want to listen to police and abide by what they're saying. Is there a clear path?
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're being trapped here on campus. There are plenty of ways out, so it just seems like they're trying to stay here and face law enforcement as they're moving closer and closer. But there are ways to exit campus peacefully here.
Right, more protesters being arrested as we see one by one. We're going to go back to Gigi Graciette, who is now inside the encampment as more arrests take place. Gigi, what are you seeing now?
Well, this is where the arrestees, the last group of them, are being brought right now. This is before they'll be taken to the jail bus. You can see officers with the California Highway Patrol taking down people's names. They're also searching them. They're patting them down to make sure they have no weapons, nothing dangerous. They have those brown paper bags where they're putting any personal possessions that the people being arrested may have on them. The young lady with the head covering there off to the left, she tells us she is a senior here at UCLA. And when someone asked her if, you know, she wasn't, some kind of question like she wasn't upset that she was in custody. And she said no, that what did it matter if she was free if the people of Gaza were not free? And again, that's the message that this encampment had. It was about free Palestine. The protesters here asking UCLA to divest from any possible investments or support of Israel as long as this continues. And again, if you're just tuning in to Good Day LA and Fox 11, the encampment at UCLA has now been taken down, and the last group of protesters, we're talking about just maybe now down to a couple dozen, are being taken into police custody. They're being sort of preliminarily being processed here before being taken to Los Angeles County Sheriff's jail bus, where they will be further processed. Unclear if these people are going to be cited and released. That is usually what happens with protesters. Their identification is taken. They're given a citation with a court date, and they are ordered to return and to face a judge to see if they will be charged with something. Unclear if these protesters, since they are the last ones standing and refused all orders to leave, unclear if they'll actually be taken to jail today. So we will see, but the jail bus is standing by for further processing, and you see a female officer there patting down another female just to make a check, just to make sure they don't have any weapons on them, going through their pockets, taking any personal belongings and putting them in paper bags, which is standard procedure when someone is taken into custody.
Yeah, you know, on the note of, you know, we're not sure if all of these people were students, if, you know, they were just people from the community or what. Some of these people being arrested look incredibly young, Gigi.
These are the last ones standing, and yes, I agree. They all do look young. We've only been able to talk to one young lady, and she did tell us, that young lady with the head covering right there, she did tell us that she is a senior here at UCLA. She's not concerned, she said, with any repercussions of graduation or anything like that. She said her only concern is to get their message out, and she feels that they did get the message out. These are the last protesters in the encampment here between Royce Hall and Powell Library that are now being taken into custody.
You said
so. This shall probably. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You said, Gigi, last report, you said 36 or so protesters there. What's your estimation now in terms of the people out there?
You know, against the wall, I see probably about a dozen. There may have been 4 dozen. It was hard to tell because they were surrounded. As we watched live on Fox 11, the idea was to contain, first to take down the barricades and to get access to the protesters. And once they did, police basically surrounded them, made them into a small group as they took one by one into custody. This was done in a very meticulous and orderly fashion until they got down to the last few dozen, and now there's actually a line of officers with the last protesters being taken into custody. This is the pre-processing, just making sure they don't have any weapons. They're getting their name, getting some preliminary information. This is just one of the different processes they will go through.
And, you know, Gigi, it seemed to happen pretty quickly. We went from seeing, you know, basically 2 lines, protesters linking arms, holding the lines, officers slowly pushing them back, to an almost empty encampment. Did you see any more people, besides the initial woman that you saw, any more people choosing to just walk out and leave on their own?
We saw only one woman basically give up, basically say, you know what, I want out of here. She talked to a CHP officer, unclear what she said to him, but she said she wanted out, and they escorted her right out. Let's listen to see what this protester has to say.
Appreciate it. This is Peter, a graduate student here at
Peter,
UCLA.
what is your message, and are you a UCLA student?
My message is free Palestine. That's why we're all here. And this is an attack on democratic rights. This is outrageous. First they throw a fascist mob at us. Now it's send the riot police.
Are you a student here at UCLA?
Yes, indeed I am. I'm a graduate student, and I'm not going to let these undergrads face all this alone.
All right. Peter, one of the many last students being taken into police custody now. The message, the same from all of them: free Palestine, and also a UCLA student. So maybe the last dozens were indeed students here.
I want to get your perspective.
And you can see right here.
Gigi, I want to get your perspective.
Go ahead.
Because this all began in terms of those officers moving in 2 hours ago, and certainly when I stepped into the newsroom here, you know, everybody was unsure. It was kind of a tense situation given what happened before when you had protesters and other pro-Israeli protesters facing off with these protesters in the encampment, you know, escalating into violence. So no one was really sure at that point what was going to happen and how this was going to all play out. But just your perspective now on how things have played out over the morning. This took place over the course of 2 hours so far, and it looks like we have our last protesters being arrested here. All in all, it was by and large peaceful.
Yes, it was a much different sight than what we saw here, and that was the clash between pro-Israel protesters and pro-Palestinian protesters. That was extremely violent, and we saw a lot of people with some serious head injuries. There were bats, there were poles, there was bear spray, there was mace. That was just a horrible night, and that really prompted officials to finally act. That prompted officials to say, okay, we can't risk this happening again. And there are going to be a lot of questions. There are a lot of people asking, a lot of LA City Council members, a lot of county supervisors, a lot of politicians asking for the state of California, for Rob Bonta, the Attorney General, to launch a full investigation into the response of police on Wednesday night into Thursday morning, excuse me, today's Thursday, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Where was campus police? Why didn't they call in for mutual aid assistance from other agencies if they were outnumbered? A lot of the people here said they simply allowed the violence to continue for hours and there was no police presence. So you can bet there's going to be a lot of investigations. There's a lot of anger that the students weren't protected and that there was no law enforcement here.
I mean, a lot of people are saying that. We also watched it. We've video of fireworks being thrown, punches being thrown, furniture being thrown, you know, back and forth. And it went on for quite a long time. That is going to absolutely be something that multiple different agencies are going to have to answer to.
Mm-hmm. And then from here on out, as these final protesters are being taken into custody, the university is going to have some decisions to make in terms of giving these protesters a safe place that also keeps in mind that you're going to protect the students as well, give them access to their buildings so that they continue on with their matriculation, that they will have another space for them to to use their First Amendment right and be able to protest peacefully on campus.
Well, that's what UCLA said in that written statement, that they would facilitate the right to free speech. They would facilitate the right to demonstrate. But according to them, it was all about this encampment that had basically taken over this part of campus. So we shall see. I don't think it ends here. A lot of the protesters being taken into police custody are telling us it's not over. We're going to continue to protest. And a lot of them haven't been. When we arrived here, there were anywhere from 200 at one point, I would estimate at least 400-500 people outside the encampment, supporters of those inside this encampment. So we can imagine the protests will continue. What form they will take and on what part of campus they will be, that remains to be seen.
Well, you would think that UCLA is going to be a little smarter the next time around, that they're not going to allow all of these supplies and to be brought in to create another barricade in another large encampment that's fortified like that.
We won't even know, though, until we get the answer as to
That's
why it
right.
happened in the first place.
That's right. The pieces of plywood, you know, they're 5 feet tall, 6 feet tall. It's not like somebody snuck them inside their pocket. So someone must have, you know, seen what was happening on other campuses. And if they didn't want them to create a fort, why was this allowed?
I'm sorry. It's really incredible to see these pictures right now because you really see
in there,
what was inside. Because really, it was almost like a small city that was in there. They had furniture in there, tents, you name it. But they were prepared to dig in there for quite some time.
And the reality is, these are not just questions for university leaders. There are going to be questions for the mayor, for the governor. What were the discussions? What were the conversations had about this, about what was happening, about the safety behind what was happening here?
That's right. This appears to be where we're standing right now. This appears to be the medical ward. These are all medical supplies. We see bandages. We see masks, Vaseline, wipes, more filter masks, a lot of masks right here. Very well organized. This is a city within a city. They have their different stations. They have their food area, their hand washing area. There's furniture here. In addition to all of these tables, let me tell you, the people in the encampment, remember that they weren't really leaving. So they had a lot of outside support. They had a lot of folks who support their cause bring all of this in. I mean, you're talking about all the easy ups. If we go over there, Tony Butita, look at the size of these, the tents, the easy ups.
Right.
They didn't just all, you know, the people inside the encampment, they didn't carry all of this in. They had a lot of outside support. And there are many, many people who support their message, who support their cause.
Of course, right. As we talk over and over about whether or not these were just students, even if they were students, they did have some outside support there as well, because certainly there's a large portion of the American public that also supports exactly what they are talking about. And we're looking at live pictures now as
so the protest's over, man.
Protesters are being arrested.
It's finished.
What we could just glean from the arrest that we've seen almost.
Every time I dozed off, I'd get a phone call.
So far, the majority of the people that we have seen taken into custody are young.
Incredibly.
She's smiling though.
Look, it's a good point.
Smiling.
And they're telling us that they indeed are UCLA students.
Yeah.
But it's the last one standing there, all telling us that they do go here.
It's a good point that you make, though. This is, as we've seen decades before, this is a situation, this is a cause that is not independent to something happening in a classroom.
Right. It's not a bubble, right? So
absolutely.
This
on
is
all sides of this
conversation
discussion.
that's happening across our country. Really incredible pictures that we're looking at there, Gigi, as we really get a glimpse of what was inside that encampment. It was really interesting because, as we said, there was some organization there, right? Because they weren't necessarily allowing the media inside the encampment to see what was happening there inside. So for us to get a picture of what was actually taking place there is very interesting.
Very reminiscent of Occupy LA when they took over the lawn of City Hall. They had a whole encampment there. They had a whole city, and they were also very, very organized. We just saw a sign, Jewish students say Free Palestine. There were many people in this encampment. When they did speak to the media, they identified themselves as being Jewish, but supporting the cause.
I'm Jewish too. Wow, man. What a crazy amount. Like, what? So much has happened. All right, so the trial's going to start soon. In a few, I guess I'll transfer it over. I was going to go to the second channel and keep this going, but since it's already kind of over and settled down, I won't do it.
This morning,
our Gina Silva was on scene explaining, what they were doing as it happened.
Saturn. What?
This is so dangerous. Again, they're shooting rubber bullets, but I can tell you from doing stories about rubber bullets, they are extremely painful. If they hit your leg, your arm, they could. But they're trying to get into this encampment to get everyone arrested and out of this encampment. Again, the students were warned about this over and over. We were near the encampment for hours, and we kept hearing that speaker, the recording, letting them know what was going to happen, and they had time to leave, avoid this type of situation. And as far as we know, almost everyone stayed.
All right, we should point out that this is a sound and video from earlier this morning, about 2 hours ago, just as officers decided to move in on the encampment. Live pictures right now
over there now.
The remaining protesters in the encampment being taken into custody. We have a team there on the ground, including Mario Ramirez, who's just outside the encampment. He's been talking to protesters and watching officers just on the outskirts of that encampment. Mario, what are you looking at now?
Yeah, we just saw a group of protesters here disperse, and you can see the line of law enforcement here that was pushing them back. We were with a group near that encampment, and right now we're close to Charles Drive and West Home Avenue. Just a minute or two ago, this group here said, "We'll see you tomorrow," and they started slowly making their way here down the street and around the corner. But we're thinking we're going to see a law enforcement presence here throughout
Texas,
the day
Libby.
at some of the main entrances. But the students for now appear that we were with, and we around 3 o'clock this morning here on campus. And
we're starting to lose you a little bit there, Mario, as you're moving around there, losing signal there. But, I just want to talk a little bit about this, just what we're seeing. We saw Gigi in there, seeing medical supplies, seeing many signs, getting a look at what was happening. We've seen some of the messaging being put out from protesters over the past days, and many of the list of things that they were requesting, things that they need. There was also on those lists many things that they didn't need because of how much, when it comes to food and supplies and things like that, they already had.
Right. I mean, there were no doubt there was some organization there, and some supplies were being brought in from the outside. As you saw from Mario's live shot, protesters starting to disperse on the outskirts, and Gigi is on the inside where she's telling us the remaining arrests are taking place. Gigi, how does it look?
All right. So I think I'm going to shut this down, but I'm going to transfer to the next stream, which is the trial. The trial, man, I plan to today, hopefully I'm going to just cruise. If I got to take a break, I'm going to take some breaks, whatever, and kind of cruise through today. Thankfully, it's a half a day today. And when it's over, hopefully I'm just going to try to rest, even though I'm going to set some more boxes around the house, I think, and then I'm going to try to rest. But we're going to be going to the next stream. All right. So in 10 minutes or 9 minutes, I'll be back on for the Karen retrial. Love you guys. Thanks so much for the support. It's been hours. Yeah, I heard, Wayne. I heard.